Orders of the day.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move the suspension of Standing Order 63-6 for the remainder of the sitting.
The question that the aforementioned standing order be suspended for the remainder of the day sitting.
Not the day sitting, for the remainder of
Sorry,
the
for the member of this session. Right. All those honorable members in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. We think the ayes have it. The aforementioned standing order is hereby suspended for the remainder of the session in relation to the budgetary proposals.
Government business resume.
Government business is resumed.
Just again. Thank you. Yes, please. Yeah. Honorable members, good afternoon to you. Government's business is the order of the. When the suspension was taken, we were on order number 10, the budgetary proposals and financial statement. Honorable member for St. Philip South, please.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I wish to give my full support to the budgetary proposals and financial statements for the year 2025. And Madam Deputy Speaker, I give full support, knowing full well that I have the backing and support of the good people of St. Philip South, who have reposed their trust and confidence in me to be here in this honorable chamber representing their interests. Madam Deputy Speaker, I have come to this parliament recognizing the rich traditions that we hold in the third oldest parliament in the British Commonwealth. And I say so, Madam Deputy Speaker, against the backdrop of what I deem to have been a complete and utter abuse of parliamentary privilege, subjecting us and this country to an election campaign on behalf of the Democratic Labour Party by the Honourable Leader of the Opposition. And I say Honourable Leader of the Opposition rather than Honourable Member for Christchurch South, because throughout his whole presentation, he did not associate himself with the good people of Christchurch South, and therefore I cannot impose the honor of representing Christchurch South on him. But I certainly, as Leader of Opposition, I would respect his role. Madam Deputy Speaker, throughout his presentation, there was one theme: show me a democracy and I show you a tyranny in the making. And for me, Madam Deputy Speaker, I have seen the full behavior of a dictator showing exactly what the posture of tyranny looks like. when one can impose themselves on a parliament in a manner in which it was done, not for the sharing or indeed informing people of what could have been what I consider a budget that is worthy of good, high, rich parliamentary debate. Instead, we were treated to an exchange of repetition, repeating oneself ministry by ministry, head by head, throughout over 9 hours that could have been easily reduced to 1.5, 2 hours, Madam Deputy Speaker. And that is where, Madam Deputy Speaker, I depart from the type of behavior that has visited itself on this Parliament since we have had the crossing of the floor to form a space in this honourable chamber in the name of the opposition Democratic Labour Party. Madam Deputy Speaker, charges were laid and I intend to defend my ministry as I've done in previous debates, but equally because I believe that the people of Barbados are being led to believe in the voice of deception that this country is somewhere along the same path that we have had it being treated to between the period 2008 and 2018. And I wish, Madam Deputy Speaker, to let all and sundry know that whilst this Barbados Labour Party administration will subject itself to critique, and that every honourable member in this chamber should be able to withstand criticism and answer questions, as I do commit myself, Madam Deputy Speaker, I believe that we cannot be led to believe that there's an alternative in the Democratic Labour Party. And I say so mindful, Madam Deputy Speaker, of some of the charges that were laid against this government, particularly against my ministry, that had their genesis within the last Democratic Labour Party administration. Case in point, predial larceny. We have had challenges with predial larceny in Barbados. I brought legislation to this honourable chamber to address the concerns of farmers. And in the well of Parliament, through the Attorney General, the Honourable Attorney General, I raised questions that were responded to by the Commissioner of Police. Questions that the stakeholders, the farmers of Barbados, obviously would have placed at my disposal, and I, being duty-bound, had every right to ask. I've been accused of questioning the the Commissioner of Police, when in truth and in fact, my line of questioning started with the Attorney General. Madam Deputy Speaker, I am glad that I raised the issue of predial larceny. We have, in the midst of the Democratic Labour Party, an opposition spokesperson on agriculture. And Madam Deputy Speaker, as I speak, the police is waiting to question this opposition spokesperson on agriculture on a matter of predial larceny at Spencer's in St. Philip. I am honored to be part of this chamber to have raised questions about predial larceny, not knowing, Madam Deputy Speaker, that the very person that has accused me of breaching the laws governing the role of the Commissioner of Police would have the one person that he has chosen to speak on agriculture in this country having to respond to an alleged crop theft of sweet potatoes at Spencer's in St. Philip through a subject to whom she has a partnership or is in an alleged partnership in farming at Spencer's. And so I've said that and I've placed that on the table, Madam Deputy Speaker, for us to understand where we were between 2008 and 2018, and telling us about corruption and the withholding of information, corruption and being party to decisions. Madam Deputy Speaker, if you are the spokesperson on agriculture, expecting to run in a constituency in this country, and your name is associated through a partnership with someone at Spencer's with petty larceny, and you now have to give the police an explanation, then I want all of Barbados to realize that we will not be in a good place if they were to consider the Democratic Labour Party as a suitable option for government in this country. Madam Deputy Speaker, I have been careful in this exercise to keep my composure and to offer answers because I understand carefully that the narrative around agriculture in this country is one that is grounded in the belief that we as a Barbadian people must not recognize where agriculture has gone and where the world has changed. Holland is one of the third largest producers of food in the world. Holland does not depend on open field agriculture to feed the world, Madam Deputy Speaker. And therefore, a narrative that is juxtaposed against a government's housing project, accusing this government of taking arable land out of agriculture to build housing, is one that I find to be the purest form of deception one could ever hear in this country. And Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm saying so because I am fed up and tired with the political perfidy that is brought to this honorable chamber in the name of the opposition, calling itself an opposition that has the right to ask questions, when by dint of your behavior and the tacit way in which you seek to apportion blame and accusation on ministers in this government and members on this side, Madam Deputy Speaker, is unacceptable. And Madam Deputy Speaker, I speak this way because I said before, and I will say again, I honestly thought better of the honorable leader of the opposition. I honestly thought better. But you know, they say, over time one gets to know he who one was associated with when they actually get to show their true colors. Demonstrated in good Barbadian parlance, the higher a monkey climbs, the more you show that part of the anatomy. And Madam Deputy Speaker, I feel as though Barbadians could have been spared the agony of going to bed last night, listening to torturous repetition on things that really had no bearing on the budget, many of which I believe were the doings of a set of supporters of the Democratic Labour Party who basically have done the research, poor as it was, on the behalf of the leader of the opposition. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, would you believe that we were told that Barbados is experiencing challenges, that there's a food crisis in this country? But every day at lunchtime, we go downstairs and nobody has a shortage of anything. Every day, Madam Deputy Speaker, in this country, we are feeding our people. Barbados is listed among one of the most food secure in the region, Madam Deputy Speaker. And there's reason for that. Now, am I saying that we don't have our challenges? Of course we do, Madam Deputy Speaker. We've spoken about climate. We've done it. We have been honest. As a matter of fact, the issue of evaporating milk completely misunderstood, misconstrued, utterances of pure ignorance, especially by those who should know better, would seek to associate evaporated milk with cows. Evaporated milk is a formulation from a powder that is imported into this country. So that you start to understand why we have to speak to the country and why we have to bring people along. Madam Deputy Speaker, I did not take leadership on the matter because I felt it was not my place. Because the moment that I start to speak to the issue, after having addressed it here, after having addressed it with the press, that the next step would be for the stakeholders to address the country. And I picked up the phone, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I called the stakeholders at the Pine Hill Dairy. I called the stakeholders, the Beef and Dairy Farmers Association, and indeed, the Barbados Agricultural Society. And I said, you all cannot let this matter hanging, because it is not a political matter. It is one for you, the private sector, to address. And they came to the public and explained the challenges we were having with milk and explained the challenges with evaporated milk. Now, I would hope that the leader of the opposition and his cohorts will never again associate evaporated milk with cows. Madam Deputy Speaker, whole milk and 2% milk has returned to the shelves. And the Pine Hill Dairy did explain that they had a challenge with their plant, and they had to go through major repairs. They are past that now. But we can't get away from the fact that a cow cannot produce under stress. And therefore, with the heat and the climate that we are going through now, all of which is documented, Madam Deputy Speaker, there was a reduction in the supply of milk. Hence the reason why the government having met with the dairy farmers and the Pine Hill Dairy last year made $2 million available to address the concerns they were having in the industry and also allow for them to import heifers so that we can have the benefit of them dropping calves and being able to produce milk within a 7 to 9 months period. They came in around November, and you know the opposition forces are suggesting that they should start producing milk in December when they came in calf, Madam Deputy Speaker. I mean, there's a cycle to all of this. And Madam Deputy Speaker, the conversation, the narrative in this country is such that I find at times it to be so abysmal that you wonder if you really want to participate or if you should just ignore. Madam Deputy Speaker, it is not only the spokesperson on agriculture that this country needs to be wary of, not just the opposition spokesperson of agriculture, but I say to you that if you have a leader of the opposition who does not check his facts, came in here for the second time, suggesting to this country that my ministry and this government of which I am a part made land available for marijuana. When I challenged him and said to him, tell us where the land is, because we never made such a provision. And he could not tell us, so he decided that he would leave it out. He has raised it again today. And I want to say to the country that at no time did we leave any land, ring fence or otherwise, for marijuana production. We passed legislation, we have issued license. We currently have a marijuana project with an investment of over $3 million going on in Barbados. We are now waiting for another project to start, Madam Deputy Speaker, where there will be a spa where people can go for treatment, similar to what exists in Jamaica. And therefore, Madam Deputy Speaker, those investments are going to take us well over $10 million when we are finished with the work that is going on. Now, is this something that I need to come with something as sensitive as marijuana, to rush all over the country, boasting and showing off, when in actual fact the work is taking place. And what have I said? I've been brutally honest with the country. Because of the banking restrictions, the industry had its challenges. And that will continue to be the case until the banks have liberalized. But when I hear people speak, and indeed I listen carefully to the leader of the opposition, Madam Deputy Speaker, and many times he comes across to me like a sorcerer who has lost control of his powers and is caught up by his spells. And Madam Deputy Speaker, strange are the rituals of such emptiness. I am indeed appalled that we can speak to the use of technology in agriculture in this very budget, where the Honourable Member for Christchurch East Central made it abundantly clear that we cannot continue to manage the climate crisis using open field agriculture as the way forward, when in actual fact, we are also having challenges with livestock. And Madam Deputy Speaker, this government has made available to farmers in Barbados an opportunity to take on board, first of all, in crop production, state-of-the-art technology in freight farms, with a team from the Netherlands that I promised will come here. And that team came for AgriFest. They left on Monday, and they will be back again in April, May, when the first set of farms arrive, so we can start the training and transition Barbadians on to technology-driven agriculture that is going to give us increase in production almost immediately. Madam Deputy Speaker, we take upwards of 6 weeks to produce 6 weeks crops like lettuce, for example. These systems will allow us to produce them in shorter periods of time, up to as high as only 20 days. And Madam Deputy Speaker, when we look at the calculations, we see that lettuce production in Barbados using technology can generate income of $172,000 per year for a small farmer. When one takes away the costs associated, that farmer with lettuce only ends up with $77,136 net income. Madam Deputy Speaker, if the farmer is producing Chinese cabbage, that farmer can generate $217,000. Take away the operating expenses of $94,000, they have a net profit of $122,158. These systems we are making available through the Agriculture Development Fund, and farmers in Barbados are free now through what we are going to run through the BADMC, expression of interest, so that we can regulate how they get involved. And they're having these systems on a lease-to-own basis over 7 years. Therefore, the burden of payback, which, by the way, Madam Deputy Speaker, in its true sense is somewhere between 2 and 3 years, but we're giving them additional time so that they continue to earn, whilst we are giving them a chance to settle down with the technology. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, we spoke about poultry. It is known that in 2023 and last year, the industry had its challenges. Whilst it was projected to have growth in excess of 5% because of the challenges we had in October, that growth was stymied to 3%. Madam Deputy Speaker, we cannot continue like this. So this argument about arable land has no place in a 21st century construct, closing the third decade of the 21st century, where we now have to speak to technology in agriculture in order for us to give people a fighting chance to survive the climate crisis, whilst at the same time earn. So that the question was raised about land at Coverley. Coverley, Madam Deputy Speaker, was a plantation that was given to the developers, 100 acres of land under the Democratic Labour Party administration at $1. Do the calculation, Madam Deputy Speaker. Plantation land, good arable land, 100 acres given to the developers for 199 years at $1. Madam Deputy Speaker, he went on to speak about Vineyard. Vineyard has a development that was approved under the last administration in 2013. That development had a 77-lot housing development, which was given to the developers 12 acres of land. And Madam Deputy Speaker, the developers paid below market value. They paid $3 million. The land was valued in excess of $7 million, Madam Deputy Speaker. This didn't happen under this Barbados Labour Party administration. And Madam Deputy Speaker, do you know to this day that the same Barbados Agricultural Credit Trust has not yet received full payment for the land? Outstanding is still $2.4 million. Of $3 million. And Madam Deputy Speaker, this did not happen under this Barbados Labour Party administration. So that I am saying, Madam Deputy Speaker, listen, and you will hear the perfidious political distort, the perfidy that takes place when the Honourable Leader of the Opposition speaks, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I say to you, Madam Deputy Speaker, strange are the rituals of emptiness, because like a sorcerer, he has lost control of his powers and is caught up by his spells. His spells, Madam Deputy Speaker. When he visited upon George Street without membership, to expect to lead a party in this parliament, and then when he met with resistance, the dictator, the tyranny, and Barbadians, please listen, the tyranny was brought upon the members of the Democratic Labour Party in George Street. That is what we were subjected to last night and today as well. And I warn all Barbadians, many of us will have reasons to criticize. Many of us may have our discomfort, but there is no better party at this time to run this country and to manage the affairs of this country under the leadership of our current Prime Minister. I'm obliged to you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
All right, now, I'll let Marshall go ahead. Honourable Member for St. Michael South.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I fear that my intervention today in this debate on this appropriation bill may be a little less colorful than that of some of my colleagues. Mine is a unique position to be in. The job I have here today is a simple one and a unique one under the circumstances. I say so because I rise in this debate having very recently left a ministry that I had the absolute pleasure and honor to lead for 14 months, and having now to give an account
Honourable Member for Michael South Central.
Thank you, sir. I hope we reset to 0 on the clock.
How much minutes you had, ma'am?
I was in the process of saying, sir, that I am in a unique position as I rise to take part in this debate. Since I recently left a ministry that it was, in fact, my absolute pleasure and honor to lead for 14 months, and now having to give an account of the time that I spent there. And so I fear that my remarks this afternoon may not be as politically charged, may perhaps be a bit more clinical, because I do take seriously my responsibility to have to account to the people of Barbados through this Parliament for the work that we've been able to achieve. But before I begin in that regard, I do have to make a small reference to the concern that the Honourable Member for Christchurch South seems to be reflecting for me, having shown such anguish at the fact that I walked away and all the political pundits are saying, which I didn't hear myself. I heard a completely different set of feedback. I thank them for the feedback that I did hear, which pointed to what they still consider to be my bright political future, as do I. But he made reference to the notion that they were saying that I would find it difficult to win my seat. Sir, at least I know where I am running. And so the Honourable Member may wish to concern himself with that on his own behalf. But I also say to him, especially based on whom he has declared would be running against me, send who you are sending. Send whom you are sending. You know, in the run charts that we use in economics, they say that 2 data points don't make a trend. You need to have 5 data points. I have time. I have time to make 5 data points in this matter. Because while 2018 and 2022 as the 2 data points don't necessarily make a trend, and I'm not smug in these things. I believe in working hard on the ground for the people of St. Michael South Central and letting them make the decision. But if those 2 data points are any record, I would ask the Honourable Member to be less concerned about my political future and be more concerned about his own and where he might be running or where the people will have him. But sir, I want to come importantly to the question of what has been going on, what has been done in the Ministry of Industry, Innovation, Science and Technology as reflected in this appropriation bill, in these estimates, and indeed in the budgetary statement, budgetary proposals and financial statement made by the Honourable Member for Christchurch East Central. Sir, my father, when I came to political service and I had to face an early nomination against somebody who had represented the party in 5 elections, my father said to me one day, "Boy, you don't do nothing easy." He seemed to be suggesting that I tend to choose the hardest battles to fight. Well, there's also an expression that says, the strongest soldiers get the hardest fight, and so I don't shy away from the battles. But I say that to refer to what met me when I came to the Ministry of Technology, and forgive me if I spend a bit more time on technology because it is what people are concerned about, asking about, and it is one where we can establish a credible record even over the last 14 months. Immediately, we had to deal with a cybersecurity breach. It was one that rightly concerned Barbadians. And I will be as transparent as I can in a sector, sir, that is a matter of national security. And I have to say to those in the public domain who keep calling for detailed information under the guise that it is a national is a public interest matter, but really for their own information and for their own sense of ego, I dare say. And I'm not talking about Barbadians. I'm talking about those who might consider themselves experts in a field and insist that because they do not have inside information on a national security matter, that they stand indignant. They must know. The government must come to them and tell them personally what it is doing. Sir, I believe that it is the stance of the government, it was certainly my stance over the last 14 months, that as much information as can be shared with the people of Barbados will and must be shared. But to the extent that some of this information will put the government in a position of further and greater vulnerability, it cannot be shared. It is akin to being in a physical war with another nation and telling them where your warships are located or where you do and do not have soldiers stationed. You do not do it. And I'm thankful to the majority of media houses with whom we had the conversations and who understood that these are topics that have to be handled sensitively and that, in fact, every time there is a reckless story published, and I say reckless meaning without reference to the actual facts, there is a story published with conjecture on Barbados' cybersecurity position, we see an increase in what we call curiosity traffic. What is that? People who are just testing to see whether they can breach our cybersecurity borders. It is not a matter to be taken lightly. And so because we do not come every day and say, this is what we've done, this is what we've done, this is what we are doing, it doesn't mean that we're not working, and how have we been working? The member for Christchurch East Central came to this honourable place to to present a supplementary recently, relative to this current financial year that we are in. And part of those resources are meant to engage in what we call a hardening of some of the critical infrastructure agencies of government, and some of the ones that were equally involved in some of the breaches. Critical infrastructure agencies are the ones that we know we need in order to function. And forgive me if I do not go now through a list of those critical infrastructure agencies, because equally, when we stand and declare our hand fully in these matters of security, those who mean us harm will target us. And so we have a list of 19 critical infrastructure agencies, that is as far as I will go, as to say, and began the work to deploy experts, globally recognized experts, including local companies. And this is to put paid to the notion that this government does not respect or have faith in local expertise, whom we engage all the time. But it is important to make sure that the people that we bring to do work with our critical infrastructure, critical digital infrastructure, have a reputation in the field. And I am adamant on that. This is a matter with which I will not play on behalf of the people of Barbados. That we not expose our critical infrastructure to agencies, elements, people who are not sufficiently experienced in the matters that we are addressing. And so quite a bit of the resources in that supplementary had to do with the work of hardening, making sure that we have endpoint protection, making sure that some of the basic things are in place, making sure we do things like code reviews, making sure that we don't have any gaps in the code that has been written in custom applications. And forgive me for being a little bit technical, but I feel as if we have to give the assurance that we are covering the bases that we need to cover. So that is the work that has already begun. I have to make reference quickly, sir, to another important area of work. People think that cybersecurity is only about data. It is not. It is also about infrastructure security, the servers, the systems that keep our information. And I will be transparent with the people of Barbados. We found a situation, I certainly found a situation, where the country's data center was not fit for purpose. It is the reason that we had the outage of email and services that floored this government and this country some months ago. And I was insistent that we not go forward without an emergency solution. And so some of those resources are also going to be dedicated to completely re-equipping government's current data center that stores over 90% of government's data and hosts the majority of its services, to get rid of what was there not functioning properly and putting us at risk, and replace it with a brand new data center. So those resources are reflected in that supplementary. But sir, I want to come to quickly to some of what we see in these estimates that we've just debated. Sir, the first year that Barbados had a cybersecurity vote was the financial year 2024 to 2025. That was just around the order of $5 million, and most of it was not expended. For financial year 2025 to 2026, the cybersecurity vote is 12.5% of MIS's overall budget, approximately $9.4 million, almost double what was allocated in the previous year. The reason for that, sir, is that this notion that IT is cybersecurity, and it's no disrespect to IT officers who have a role, play a role, do important work, but the work of cybersecurity calls for people, not just people who write articles and who have read books, people who can put fingers on keyboards and help protect our borders. And so, with the help of the Barbados Defense Force, we have established a Security Operations Center, a SOC, as well as a Cybersecurity Incident Response Team. Sir, when those two breaches happened last year, the Cybersecurity Incident Response Team was a group of people that I called with the support of the First Minister of MIST, who had made some very important connections to people in the sector, and asked them to come and form a CERT urgently. There was no official infrastructure for doing so. And so what we did over December and January is to establish, and I thank Brigadier Lovell, the Chief of Staff of the Defense Force, who has been unwavering and unrelenting in his support. And sir, I beg your indulgence, please, to also mention some of these other gentlemen and lady. Thank you. I will not use their official designation, but I will call their names. Neil Matthews, head of cyber at BDF. George Thomas, David Gittins, Jason Kinch, Jason Downey, Carl Brandt, and Ramel Edwards at Barbados Port Inc., Glenn White, Gail Morgan, and I have to mention a public officer who has just been on the ground, up at night, 3 in the morning, Mr. Ted Reed from the ministry, along with Mr. Brett Harvey Reed, who's a private service provider. Sir, I hope I'm not forgetting anyone, but this group of people have committed themselves to setting up a national cybersecurity unit for the government and people of Barbados, under which the SOC, the Security Operations Center, which deals with surveillance, looking for, doing threat intelligence, looking out there to see who might be coming. That's what the SOC will do, surveillance. The CERT is incident response team. When there's a breach, we mobilize, we mop up, we make sure that we minimize harm, and we secure the situation. This is all work that we have already established. But there's something else that I want to make very clear. It is best practice globally that cybersecurity be a joint effort of the state and of the military, and that it not be led by the military alone. I believe that those officers with whom I've just called and with whom we've worked over the last few months agree with that posture. But it is important because so much of what we have to do needs to be done in a civilian context. I'll give you an example, sir. The biggest risk with respect to cybersecurity is me sending the member for Christchurch East a link and him not realizing that it is something harmful to his device and clicking on it. We send around these things all the time. You're in my line of sight. We send around these things all the time. But the truth is that the biggest vulnerabilities are all of us when it comes to our finances, when it comes to our financial institutions, when it comes to sitting at our desk at work. And so what you'll also see in these estimates is a national campaign to let people understand what cyber hygiene means and what it looks like. But sir, I quickly want to come to the other primarily technology efforts that we have made and why. Why am I taking the time to go through this? Sir, Zora Neale Hurston is an American writer, one of my favorites. She wrote Their Eyes Were Watching God and some short stories. And one of the things that she once said was, if you are silent about your pain, they will kill you and say you enjoyed it. But equally, if you are silent about your honest achievements, they may silence you and say that you were inconsequential. And this is not about me. This is about the people of St. Michael South Central, whom I represent, who have had a sense of pride in the work that I've done in the ministry, but moreover, continue, as they showed me over the past few weeks, to have a sense of pride and ownership and confidence in their member of parliament, and for which I thank them, because they have made it clear that their support in this moment, a brief political moment, sir, people tend to take these things a bit too seriously, but that their support in this moment is unrelenting, and for that I thank them. So I want to come quickly to some of the other things that we've been hearing about, including in this budget, this financial statement. So you've heard about a data center. This was announced last year. And it can sometimes be difficult to explain that there are data centers and there are data centers. We have a data center now. The guys at the ministry call it the bunker. It's where all the servers are, hosts everything. The data centers of the future, if Barbados is really to make data and technology an industry, which is why industry is the first word in the name of this ministry, because it can be industry as usual. The data centers of the future are really about putting Barbados in a position to make use of artificial intelligence to drive industry. And I won't tell you that we will be originating large language models. That's not where we sit on the value chain. Let's be honest with ourselves. But we are in a position to empower our young technologists, young data scientists, young data analysts, or those that are not so young, to be able to build products and services using the computing power that we give them to analyze data using AI models that they put on top of it. It may be somebody else's model, it will be somebody else's model. But the point is to find our place on that value chain. And the point of the data center, it is not about storage, sir. It is about distributing compute to those young people who are right now at UE or wherever they may be, right now already working in the field, who now have a new opportunity to build products and services and make money on their own steam. That's what the data center is about. So we have spent countless hours and weeks and months negotiating with the existing partners. The model that is on the table is one that I think works well. The government will decide to what extent it goes forward, but it has to, importantly, look at what are the energy requirements, how do we bring a sustainable energy model to this data center, because let us be real, the energy requirements are great. And how do we get practical about the requirement? Sir, you've also heard a lot of talk about this business of an e-services platform, which is language that I don't even like because you hardly know what it means. What we mean are digital services. Sir, we have engaged to work alongside Barbadian developers, a team that worked on gov.uk. Gov.uk, you go, every possible service that you want from the government in the UK is there. Gov.bb must transition to that. We have to end this situation where if I need something from the Ministry of People Empowerment, then I have to know the URL. I gotta know what's the name of the website. I have to find it. It might be blue and white. And then the Ministry of Home Affairs website might be green and yellow. I don't know if it is real, if it is a hoax, if it is trusted. This may sound simple, but the truth is, sir, that the moonshots and all of those things will come. And I'm not saying that we can't shoot for them at the same time, but we have to get the fundamentals right. We cannot be shooting for the moon and government doesn't have a credible digital services website. We have to stick the landing. We heard in the financial statement all of the true, the accurate, the meaningful achievements since 2018. Achievements that have been meaningful in the lives of people. But we have to stick the landing, sir. And what do I mean like that? I don't know if they've got any gymnasts in here. But when you do a vault, when you do a somersault, if you fall, you don't get the points. So we gotta stick the landing. We have to make sure that the basic things that we've promised, that we are delivering and delivering at pace and delivering at scale. And so it may seem like nothing, but we need to get these digital services right and in people's homes. And that is one of the things that GovTech, and I really have to thank Mr. Mark Boyce, who's the CEO and who's pulling his team together as we speak, for really wrestling this beast to the ground and taking on this task. I ask the country, through you, sir, to give him support. This is an incredibly gargantuan task that he has, to bring digital transformation to the country with the help of the ministry of which he's a part. Sir, the financial statement also made reference to 5G, another project that we have, over the past 14 months, spent a lot of time on developing with private sector partners, and which we expect can and will be rolled out very shortly. But sir, 5G is not the only option for the kind of power that we need for the data center. If we are going into the future with technology, we have to have reliable networks. And the truth is that the 5G capacity is probably more important in the places where we expect that we have to do a lot of heavy lifting in technology. So that if we establish a technology park where we bring companies in that have high computing requirements, 5G is important there. I am not deaf to the cries, and the partners in the telecommunications sector have not been deaf to the cries, that again, we gotta stick the landing. So while we're going for the data center and the AI, we want service in the dead spots. And I have their assurance that they have been working on that. Sir, I have to similarly speak to the question of the digital ID. When I came to service in this ministry in January of 2024, I delivered a ministerial statement as a matter of conscience, but also as a matter of policy, supported by the Honourable Member for St. Joseph, the Honourable Attorney General, and by the Honourable Member for St. Michael Northeast, the Honourable Prime Minister. And that statement declared that there would no longer be a mandatory deadline for the digital ID, as a matter of enfranchisement. That statement declared that because we were almost at 100% of uptake anyway, and I have to, at this point, acknowledge the tremendous work of the member for St. Michael North and the member for St. Philip West, who really brought this work together when nobody was talking about digital IDs really, and made it real in the lives of Barbadians. There was a lot to carry in the conversation. There was a lot of poking and questioning, as one would expect, and they handled it with aplomb. But it was necessary to put a pause on that deadline because critical services are associated with the ID, and we could not run the risk of disenfranchising people from those critical services, however small that risk. But there's so much work that remains. The officers have spent the last few months in the field validating addresses, and why? We are tired, collectively as a population, of having to carry a utility bill to prove where you live. Young people that need services often don't have a utility bill that has their name on it. And quite frankly, it is just a nuisance. I worked in a jurisdiction, sir, that had something called a nuisance committee of government, whose job it was to just identify and get rid of all of the nuisances that affected people's lives. I dare say that digital transformation is a way to do that. And so the next step for the digital ID is to make it real and useful. The way to do that, I believe, is to use it as an authenticator of identity. So for example, if I have to go to the Queen Elizabeth Hospital, the Queen Elizabeth Hospital has my information stored securely on their servers that they've identified. Not on my ID, not as a wallet. Why? I take my ID, I use maybe a biometric as well or a PIN, and I say, I am Marsha Cattle. I've proven to you that I am Marsha Cattle. You are now authorized, at my say-so, to pull up my medical records. That's the only information that you, sitting as a clerk in the registry department at the QEH, that's all you need. You don't see the rest of my information at all. You don't know who I bank with. You don't know the application that I have in at NHS, at National Housing, NHC. You don't need to see that. That keeps me safe. To load information as a wallet on an ID puts me at risk, because the day that that drops or somebody else gets the information that allows you to get behind the data, then we have a different problem. And so the methodology that I have suggested to the team, that they are now at liberty to pick up or leave, is that we use the digital ID now, we transform it to really be that thing that allows us to present one time to the government of Barbados. I don't have to go and apply for water installation and carry all of my information, and then apply to NHC and carry another letter with all of my information. I present one time to the government of Barbados. My ID number, my digital ID allows me to do that. And once I am in there, I am in the system. And we've secured our data properly with the help of all the cybersecurity investments that we are going to make. Then we're now in business. Then digital services for people of Barbados are real. The next step for the team is then the mobile ID, so I don't have to walk out with a piece of plastic. I have it on this. I have it linked to the payment system that the Central Bank and the Ministry of Finance and GovTech are evolving together. I have it linked to all of the things that I need to do. Sir, this is the work that has been done in the Ministry of Industry, Innovation, Science and Technology over the past 14 months. I don't revel in, or I don't expect any kudos for the sleepless nights during the breaches, or for having had to originate and run with transformational projects, because that is why I was asked to go to the ministry. But I make these points, sir, because I think it is important that we understand the justification, the rationale behind the work that the ministry has done, and to realize that it hasn't been silent, it hasn't been sleeping. I imagine that over the coming months and years, there will be new things announced. But sir, I want to end with this simple point. I have said it in this honorable place before. This financial statement, these budgetary proposals are indeed transformational. Like so much of what this government has had the honor to originate over the last 7 years, it has the capacity to truly transform not just the lives of Barbadians, but the institutions. And that's the point on which I want to end, sir. Because there is further work to be done underlying these measures. Just as we have to stick the landing in the Ministry of Industry, Innovation, Science and Technology, get the basics right, deliver on the things that are meaningful, remove the nuisances in people's lives, do that before we head for the lofty things, which we are perfectly capable of doing. But just as we have to do that, we have to make sure that we have the wherewithal for implementation of these measures. We have to make sure that when we look behind us, we have not just introduced suites of measures, but that we have left the landscape of governance stronger for having been here. That we don't keep saying, oh dear, well, we tried to do this, but the governance structure, and I don't mean at the top, we don't need any more top. We don't need any more top, anybody. In the middle, in the trenches, that is where we need to beef up execution capacity to make sure that these measures become real in people's lives. Sir, as I close, it would be remiss of me not to make special mention of my colleague, the member for Christchurch East Central. When he began in his delivery, he talked about a particular evening where nobody had been sworn in, but he and I were whisked off to a place to start conversations, well, not even start, continue conversations about how we would do the work of stabilizing the patient and getting this economy in shape. It has been my absolute pleasure, my absolute honor to work alongside him. It has been, he's older than me, so I don't want to say that I have a sense of pride. He's older than me, remember that. But I have had such a sense of pride in watching him deliver this budget, in working alongside him, in watching him evolve. As an economist, I used to tease him that he was a macroeconomist and I'm a development economist, and I had to tell him certain things about how people live. Watching him evolve as a development, public policy economist. He was always good with the other stuff, but I think he's gotten better with some new stuff. And to really see him embrace this role and this work. It has been my honor to work with you, through you, sir, with you, honorable member. And this budget, this financial statement has been well delivered. I congratulate you. And I encourage us all to make sure that we continue the fine work, to stick the landing, to make this implementation and execution real in people's lives. With that, sir, I'm obliged to you.
Honourable Member for St. George South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a day that the Lord has made. We will rejoice and be glad in it. Mr. Speaker, I begin, as I often do, by quoting from the source of strength that many of us draw for solace and inspiration. That's the Bible. And Mr. Speaker, I quote from Matthew 7, verses 24 and 25. Therefore, everyone who hears these words of mine and puts them into practice is like a wise man who built his house on the rock. The rain came down, the streams rose, and the winds blew and beat against that house. Yet it did not fall because it had its foundation on the rock. Mr. Speaker, this government has gone through rough waters, strong winds. The rains have beat upon this house, but it is built on a solid foundation. And let me, in my preamble, Mr. Speaker, speak to this solid foundation. And this document may be made a document of the House prior to me coming here. The achievements of this great Barbados Labour Party that I'm so proud to represent. Achievement from 1938 to 1999. But Mr. Speaker, critical in this document that I will make a document of the House, even if it's not there before, Mr. Speaker, is the struggle when this party was formed back in 1938, Mr. Speaker. Strong leadership that fought for the rights of the working class people in this country. And there's a common thread today, Mr. Speaker. And then in 1941, those two great men, Sir Hugh Springer and Sir Grantley, out came the Barbados Workers' Union. Again, they fought for the working class people in this country. And I wish to reference a few things that are common in these budgetary proposals. And I speak to the solid foundation, member for St. Thomas. I speak to the introduction of holidays with pay for workers. I speak to the establishment of the Tourism Board to promote tourism and diversify the economy around sugar. Diversify the economy around sugar. I speak to the promotion of family and birth control. I speak to the construction of the first public housing units in St. Michael, Christchurch, and St. Philip. I speak further to the enactment of the Protection of Wages Act, Mr. Speaker, and you heard the member for St. Peter today. And I speak to the provision of housing loans for public officers. And Mr. Speaker, I don't want to forget the work done to establish the organization of the police force, the improvement of the shock assistance, the conditions, the increase of old age pensions, jobs for Barbadians in the USA. Mr. Speaker, this is the foundation on which I speak about when I quote Matthew 7, 24 and 25. Mr. Speaker, this government from 1938 has done tremendous work on behalf not only of the working class people in this country, but I pick the working class people because the honourable member for Christchurch South came to this chamber some weeks ago and he said to myself and my very good friend Batman and Robin that this government is taking up agricultural lands and building houses for poor people. Oh my God. The foundation on which we have built this solid grounding was looking out for the interests of poor people. And how dare him, who signed a covenant of hope in 2016, and a manifesto, his signature was next to mine. And in 2018, where we promulgated, not only articulated, but we executed when we came to office. And I'm so proud, Mr. Speaker, to see that our foreign reserves has reached 31 weeks of cover. Coming coming from 4 weeks, Mr. Speaker, and the member for Christchurch Central said that if they had carried on, it would have been 0 weeks of cover in 2018. But Mr. Speaker, I came to government, and I always thank the member for St. Michael Northeast, who chose me as her Minister of Commerce and Small Business. Again, dealing with the working class people. Trust loans I won't speak about today, that is known. That is a victory for this country, for this government. But I speak, Mr. Speaker, on the old foreign exchange matter that the honourable member seems to think is nothing that we should be proud of. And we have to be proud of having 31 weeks of cover in foreign exchange, in foreign reserves. Because what it does, I remember, you know, I love the ground. I love the ground. My first task was to meet with the retailers, the supermarket owners in 2018. And I set about that journey, and I met with them. One supermarket owner told me, he said, Minister, under the last administration, we could not get foreign exchange to buy goods in this country. I will repeat that. He said we could not get foreign exchange through the central bank to buy goods to bring into this country. A supermarket owner, a prominent one in this country. And if you speak to the member for St. Michael West, who sits behind me, my good friend, he will tell you what he went through in those perilous days. And the honourable member for I don't know, I don't want to disrespect him, Mr. Speaker. The honourable member for Christchurch South, I don't know for how long he'll be there. But he's coming into this chamber to tell us that having 31 weeks of foreign exchange cover means nothing to this country. Now, let me break that down to poor people. You will be able to go into the supermarket and get your goods. That's where we shop. Chanel, Popular, these places, Jordans. I visited every single one of them. Every single one of them. Carlton and A1, thank you. My man can't forget Carlton and A1. A good Rotarian like me, Carlton and A1. And Mr. Speaker, do not allow the honourable member for Christchurch South to water down 31 weeks of import cover that we have built. But Mr. Speaker, don't let me dwell there, because I want to put a few things to rest today. And I know this budget, the budgetary proposals were built on resilience, inclusivity, again for the working class people, and growth again for all sectors, including working class people. I will end off on housing, for sure, I have to. But I want to say, Mr. Speaker, I think the honourable member for St. Michael West Central said yesterday, a Virgin Atlantic plane took off sometime when the honourable member was speaking. It traveled to London and it came back, and he didn't land his plane. But you know, when he landed his plane this afternoon, Mr. Speaker, he criticized housing, he criticized hope, he criticized everything about housing. But you know, he had no plan in his mini manifesto, his election manifesto for housing. He had none in his mini manifesto for housing. All he talked about is, man, you can put these housing on vacant lots. The same artisanal approach to housing that they brought back in 2008 to 2018, that did not work. And let me set the record straight here with you now. I heard a member attack him on some matters because I'm going to bring this land issue with agriculture to rest this evening. The honourable member refused to tell you that during the period under the Democratic Labour Party that he represents, they only built 756 houses. 756. In 10 years. In 10 years. In 10 years. 756. And they introduced a 20-year divestment program that has over 3,000 units being divested. Do the math. with 20,000 applications at NHC. Do the math. Do the math. He doesn't like math. Because I simply told him that the houses at Hort were built at the cost of construction, and he continued to talk about below cost. Something is wrong with his mathematics. He doesn't understand. And I will get into that a little more. Poor people. But, Mr. Speaker, 756 houses in 10 years. We came to office in 2018. We announced a housing program in 2022. And you know how many houses we built during that period, 2022 to 2025? 1,205. A total of 556 or 57 if you add the private sector, 349. They have no proud record on housing. And worse yet, Mr. Speaker, and members in this chamber and those listening to the sound of my voice, the Democratic Labour Party built housing at $651 per square foot. Member for St. Michael, South, Central UK, Valerie was built at $651. Guato, a member for St. Michael South, was built at $657. Some $27 million and $24 million of taxpayers' money. Years ago. Of taxpayers' money. But yet, he comes to this chamber talking about NHC should carry on building and not Hort. Now, Mr. Speaker, before I get into housing, let me speak about land. I can speak about land because there's no greater joy and improvement to human dignity and pride than having access to adequate shelter. No greater joy or improvement to human dignity and pride, Mr. Speaker, than having access to shelter. And Mr. Speaker, owning a home is probably one of the most fundamental asset that any individual can have in a country, anywhere in the world. And over the years, successive governments have not focused on allowing persons earning in the lower income bracket under $2,500 and some under $2,000 per month to acquire their homes. They focus on rentals. And that's the problem. Because when you divest over 3,000 units and you only build 567, all are rental units. You are not empowering or enfranchising working class people. That is the foundation we have built this party on, enfranchising and empowering working class people from the 1938s coming right through to now. That's the foundation I speak about in Matthew 7, 24, 25. Charles Morris, shouldn't call your name. But Mr. Speaker, let me put this land issue to rest this evening. I heard on the call-in program, I listen sometimes, can't spend the day listening, I have a lot of work doing, but I have people listening. And I listened to one of the moderators say that the honourable member for Christchurch South has to stop telling people that we're utilizing agricultural land for housing. Housing is a legitimate and appropriate use of land resources in this country. The land resource, a legitimate and appropriate use of land resource in this country. Mr. Speaker, the majority of housing development, both private and public, have been built on farmer plantation lands. Mr. Speaker, and I say, historically, the Barbadian settlement system is almost singularly influenced by colonial, agrarian, economic system, a colonial agrarian economy. That is what it is singularly based on within the urban corridors. When you travel through the countries back then, the Barbados settlement, you had plantations and what? Sugar factories. In the rural villages, they were all surrounded by them. And if you go from Ruby St. Philip to Westers Wanstead Gardens in St. James to Maycox Terrace in St. Lucie, they were all plantations. Mr. Speaker, the University of the West Indies was built on Westers plantation lands, Mr. Speaker. The Pine Housing Estate was built where? The largest housing estate in this country on the Pine plantation. The member for St. Michael South grew up in the Pine. He grew up on plantation land, and look where he is now. So you want to tell all of us that went to University of the West Indies that we should not have utilized that land to build a university, education. And the honorable member gets into this chamber, you know, very treacherous. He's disloyal. Profanity he used as well. He asked the cricketers to give us back our balls. You know, he was very disrespectful today. And he think by saying it, and he has all these diplomatic words and things, it's profanity. He was very treacherous today. He was disloyal. Because the honorable member knows better. Because the University of the West Indies, some of them kicked down the ladder that they climbed up on with tertiary education. That is what was built on plantation land. Stop the rubbish, member for Christchurch South. You need to stop it. It is going nowhere in this country. No one is buying into this stupidness that you keep. Sorry, honorable member, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable, be careful the language that you're using
Thank you, sir.
in this honorable
No
chamber.
one is buying into the folly and the disloyal, the treacherous comments that you continue to use in this chamber. We will not. Where else do you want us to build the houses? In the sky? On Mars? Where else are we going to build the houses? Then you go to the urban landscape, orient with what? The mercantile economy and the port. Mercantilism. And we have, I think the honorable member, he will speak to it. We only need at least 1,650 acres of land, 1,650 acres of land. Out of that doesn't represent 10% of the land space, not even 5%, to build 2,000 houses per year. So I don't know where he's going with that argument. I want to put it to rest. But Mr. Speaker, I hope I have put it to rest. And I hope those who can hear my voice and in this chamber understand why we have to acquire land and where we have to acquire land. In the urban corridor, we don't have enough land mass. We have to build vertically. Hinesbury Road for the member for St. Michael's South Central. I can call in the city, Mason Hall Street. We have to go up because we can't go up. We don't have the land mass. But the honorable members seem to think that we have all this land that we can just leave the rural area. We no longer are enslaved. The shackles are broken. We are diversifying the economy from way back then, as articulated in this document, sir, to empower working class people in this country. But Mr. Speaker, you know, the honorable member keeps mixing up what happened at Bullins. And this is the last point that I'm going to go on before I get into the budgetary proposal. And then hope. Then hope. That's the time gone? Okay, 11 minutes left. The honorable member came to this chamber when I brought a basic resolution to vest lands in National Housing Corporation at Bullins Agricultural Estate. And the honorable member keeps saying that we are building high-income, high-end housing. And Mr. Speaker, the 36 houses that are at Bullins have all been allocated because we have moved away from the artisanal approach of housing to a more industrial approach, where before we build the houses, we know who will be allocated in those houses. Because we send persons to the bank to get their mortgages so they can pay for these houses, because the mortgage process takes long. And I'm going to speak to that as I end off, because that is one of the main elements in these 2025 budgetary proposals that will impact the ordinary man in terms of him achieving a home within a short time frame. The Mortgage Act, Mortgage Indemnity Act from I think it was 1962, on November 22nd. I know it well because November 22nd is a special day in my family life. Joseph's birthday. All right? But, Mr. Speaker, Bullings, we owned the land when we came to this chamber. Actually, we came to this chamber over a year before, Mr. Speaker. If you want to criticize us for tardiness, the length of time we take to bring back the resolution, say that. But we had acquired the land, and it was Crown lands. So you can begin to build on Crown lands while we vest the lands in National Housing Corporation. He doesn't get that. So he keeps saying that the houses were built before the lands were vested in NHC. They were Crown lands, so we started constructing the houses on Crown lands. But the vesting now in National Housing Corporation would give a good title to those persons who go into the bank so they can get the certificate of compliance and they can get the mortgages. What is so difficult about that, members? He doesn't understand vesting in Crown versus vesting in NHC. He mixes up everything that is not law, and I understand he even mixed up that too. Let me go to Hope, Mr. Speaker. Let me put to rest this money that the member for Christchurch South keeps speaking about. And Mr. Speaker, I am proud that this government saw it fit to revolutionize the housing market in this country, to allow ordinary people, as articulated in these estimates, I need to see, to allow persons, the ordinary man in this country, to be able to own a home. And I'm not going to speak to everything because my time is limited, but I need to put to rest this issue with Hope. Hope borrowed funds from the Housing Credit Fund. Note the word borrowed at 1.15% interest. They have to pay back the money. Hope needed seed capital. It is a company that was formed, a commercial state-owned enterprise that was formed. How else do you, when you start a business, you need what? Seed capital. That's why we started the trust loans for small businesses so they can go and get $4,000. Hope is a big business, building houses, many houses. So Hope needed startup capital like these small businesses. So they got it from the Housing Credit Fund, $40 million one way. Amount to be paid on loan one, $36.4 million. The principal paid back on that first loan was $4 million. That was paid back already, $4 million, and it gone to the Housing Credit Fund. The Honourable Member for Christchurch South is not listening. He comes in here. I spent an entire day in here with the officers. I bought the chairman, whom he wanted from Hope, who sat and articulated this, and he still doesn't understand, but I don't know what to do with him. He was prepared to answer every single question. Now, the second loan was for Joe Villa houses. The contract with Guyanese company under the St. Barnabas Accord of $27.275 million. And if you go to Clifton, in the constituency of St. Philip North, where my good friend grew up, the member for St. Philip South, you will see Clifton, you will see 11 houses. One of these houses were placed on land of a civil servant. She had her land and she wanted one of the houses, and it's there. And the other 10 houses were built for homeowners. And these are working class people. Mr. Speaker, the facility has remaining in it $6.22 million for Joe Villa. All this money was not spent, Mr. Speaker. And I can give him the audited financials if he wants them. We have nothing to hide. Mistakes were made, we told him that. New management has indeed sought to revolutionize and has taken it to another level that he doesn't understand yet, the industrialized process. And at Vesper Gardens, 148 houses were built. But here the news at Vesper Gardens, he criticizing Hope, right? 43 public servants, ranging from nurses, teachers, and policemen, are all in at Vesper Gardens. 43. And 102 private sector workers in that private sector workers in at Vesper Gardens. And the houses were sold at the cost of construction. Where else in this country can you get a house like that? Or anywhere in the Caribbean? I told him that the Green Climate Fund and the IADB love the innovation that we have here when they came here back in 2023. And they want to reproduce it all through Latin America and the Caribbean. The cost of construction of the houses, $227,000. Houses that value over $340,000. Now that's equity for the homeowner. We then charge the homeowner for the cost of the land or the infrastructure. That will be paid for through photovoltaic. By when battery storage, when the Fair Trading Commission give us a feed-in tariff for battery storage. And we set up a whole SPV company to address the financial aspect of that. So there's no disadvantage to the homeowners. And the member for St. James Central is a happy man. His people are happy. Both at Billings and at Vesper, 148 plus 28. And he's counting the numbers of 160. Now, Mr. Speaker, in my last 3 minutes, I wish to move to mortgage-related measures in these budgetary proposals that speaks to housing. Mr. Speaker, the 2025 budgetary measures include several provisions aimed at increasing home ownership, number one, improving mortgage access, number two, and three, providing financial release for homeowners. And I'm going to speak in layman terms because basically the tax incentive and the lower mortgage costs. The Mortgage Act, first, I should let you know that the Mortgage Act empowers ICBL. ICBL charge 1.5% insurance fee on all mortgages in this country to the banks. So when you go to borrow, you know the length of time it takes. They always tell you, you got to get insurance. That's ICBL rule. They charge 1.5% interest. And that can be paid either by the borrower or the lender, depends on the relationship. And why I went there, because in the event of a default, why this insurance is so critical, in the event of any default, ICBL has the right to take the mortgage, or ICBL pays back the bank the amount of money based on the insurance coverage so that the banks don't lose anything. Now, what we have done here in this 2025 budgetary proposal, we have reduced the tax rates on profits or the interest that the bank makes on your money. We have reduced that interest from 12.5 to 9% for all mortgages above $250,000. And we have introduced a 4.5 tax rate on the profits or the interest, you will call it, on mortgages less than $250,000. But what is fundamental, we have increased the mortgage loan availability. We have, in the total pool of mortgage loans available under the Mortgage Insurance Act, will be increased by $1.5 billion. And $1 billion will be reserved for persons whose loans are under $250,000. Whose loans are under $250,000? The same poor people that we pick up the agricultural land to build houses for. The member for Christchurch South speaking about. You see the measures that have been put in here? What this means for the average man. I can wrap up. The banks and credit unions can now offer more mortgages because now banks and credit unions have to go through, they had to go through a long approval process to offer government-backed mortgage insurance. But everybody now under this act that are regulated by the central bank and the Financial Service Commission, they are automatically approved. So all the banks and the credit unions now. So you don't have to go to your bank. You can go to any bank or any lending agency in this country to get the money. In addition, I can tell you more banks and credit unions. The mortgages, if you are borrowing less than $250,000 to buy a home, your bank will now pay less tax on the interest they earn from the loan. So when they pay less tax on the interest, you know what that means? They can take a risk at you because they have a low interest rate on the profits. So they have more money that they can risk at you, the low income person earning $2,000 a month. That's what the Prime Minister speaks about when she talks about the risking. The risking, because you protect the lender by giving them a lower interest rate on the profits, on the taxes, so they have more money to lend you, the poor people of this country. The land that we acquired, the agricultural land, to build houses for poor people. So more money available, more money available. And I will summarize this, what this means for you. Easier to get a mortgage, lower mortgage costs, more money for home loans, fixed low interest rate, and more support for first-time homeowners. The people of St. George South, though. I end off, Mr. Speaker.
You need to start to wind up.
Yes, I am winding up. It would be remiss of me to come to this chamber and don't recognize those good people on whom backs and shoulders have reached thus far. Some are in this chamber listening to me. But Mr. Speaker, I applaud the government for the water measures in St. Lucie and in St. Peter. And like the member for St. Peter, I have to put a plug for my people of St. George. We have groundwater in St. George too. And I've said this before. In the areas of Middleton, Workman's, Fairview, Ellerton Gardens, the Monk, and some others, Waverly Court, we have groundwater coming through our taps as well. And I've asked my good friend and senior minister, the member for Christchurch West, to include St. George in these ex gratia payments, because my people wake up to brown water, they have to boil the water to cook. And I'm asking you to include them, not only St. Lucie and St. Peter. And it would be remiss of me to end and not allowing the people of St. George to know that low-income housing, despite the challenges with the land at Drexel, low-income housing will be coming to St. George South and to St. George, because I speak to St. George totally. But Mr. Speaker, these budgetary measures and proposals put forward and well articulated by the member for Christchurch is essential, builds on the solid foundation that we have laid. And indeed, there are synergies between what happened between 1938 and 2008 under this great Labour Party. So Matthew 7, 24 and 25, the solid foundation that we have built this institution and this government on remains. And I applaud the member for Christchurch Essential for these budgetary proposals, because Barbados, through resilience, the Resilience and the Regeneration Fund, the growth measures, the inclusivity programs, and growth measured programs that are articulated, I don't have the time to go into, will serve not only the working class, the business class, but every single person in this country. And I intend to continue to build housing for poor people in this country, because that's my mandate, and middle-income people. And I thank you with those words, Mr. Speaker. I'm obliged to you.
Honourable member for St. Michael North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. And let me start off by acknowledging and thanking the good people of St. Michael North who have given me this opportunity to participate in yet another exercise of not only estimates of revenue and expenditure, but also the budgetary proposals for the ensuing financial year. Mr. Speaker, as you know, I do not take it lightly, the opportunity that has been given to me to represent their interests and to speak on their behalf. And I therefore want to thank them for this privilege yet again. Even as I start out by thanking them for the privilege of speaking on their behalf, I think I need to also apologize to them on the behalf of the Honourable Leader of the Opposition. And even as I apologize to them, I apologize by extension to the people of Barbados for what we had to endure over several hours in what could only be very loosely described as a reply to the budget as presented by the Honourable Member for Christchurch East Central. And I say loosely because from my position and vantage point, it seemed as if one was using, the Honourable Leader of the Opposition was using the opportunity in his reply to the budget to campaign and to lay a wicket for what he may seem to think is an imminent election that is around the corner. And I'm not sure where he got his information from, but I'm sure that when the Honourable Prime Minister and the member for St. Michael North East is good and ready, she will make the determination as to that fateful day. But the occasion was used, and I would dare say misused, to, as the old saying goes, campaign in poetry. And whilst we know that there are persons who would campaign in poetry, but they would then serve in prose and govern in prose. And I sat here like many Barbadians and endured repetitive, painful discourse that assaulted my ears and offended my sensibilities. I mean, it was painful, sir. I can't describe it any less than that. It was painful. And then at the end, to come and bring a whole bunch of so-called proposals just so you can say that we don't just accuse or we don't just critique, we bring recommendations and proposals and solutions, when in fact, the solutions presented and proffered, none of them even have a bearing in financial realities, economic realities, or reality, period. I heard, Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Member, I'm not going to spend too much time on the Honourable Leader of the Opposition because there's not much there to unearth, and it would be a misuse of my time to spend a lot of time on him. But I must say that I heard the Honourable Leader of the Opposition speak relative to his so-called proposals to strengthening the health sector in Barbados, that he would, first, he critiqued the fact that we were spending 2%, just over 2% of the GDP on the health care in Barbados, and he said that this was below some standards. And he then recommended in his proposals that they would immediately increase the investment and the expenditure in healthcare up to 9 to 11% of GDP. 11% of GDP by last year's statistics, Mr. Honourable Speaker, sir, would stand at $781 million in investment and expenditure. And as far as I know, I'm not an economist, a pie can only be so big. A pie is a pie. 100% is 100%, is a pie. Now, if I increase the expenditures that the government of Barbados has access to from healthcare, from 2% thereabout to approximately 11% of GDP, it would mean that I would have to take that money from something else. So I would love for the Honourable Leader of the Opposition that instead of using pretty words, that he would be able to use actual statistics and figures, use the math that he says he's not so good at, and present credible solutions to the people of Barbados. We're not opposed to criticism in this government as much as he would like to paint us in that way. We're not opposed to criticism. We're not opposed to solutions being proffered by others. In fact, we have shown on many occasions, Mr. Honourable Speaker, that we have listened to the people of Barbados even when it came to proposals that we put forward, recommendations and course of actions that we were seeking to take. And because persons within Barbados raised their voices either in opposition to what we were seeking to do or making recommendations and proposals to alter what we were doing, this administration took their information, their recommendations, their proposals to heart, and in many cases we have made adjustments to our path forward. So 9 to 11% of GDP, they're saying that they're gonna outfit all of the polyclinics with all of the necessary equipment, etc. Where is the money coming from, Mr. Speaker, sir? You don't just pull these things out of a hat or out of mid-air. It is easy to campaign in prose campaign in poetry. But when you get into actual leadership and service and governance, you have to then deal with the realities of a macroeconomic condition and a state. You have to deal with the exogenous shocks. You have to deal with climate change. You have to deal with the environmental factors. You have to deal with the realities on the ground. And as much as we would like to say, take money from one place and put it somewhere else, of course, you have to manage competing interests and priorities. I'm sick and tired, Mr. Honourable Speaker, of hearing reference to the amount of consultants that are being employed by the government of Barbados. Mr. Speaker, no government has all access to all wisdom within its ranks. No public office, whether it is the Ministry of Finance, the Prime Minister's office, the Ministry of any ministry, all of them, you can name them all, none of them have a complete repertoire of all of the skill set that is required for it to be able to function in the way that we will want it to function. And therefore, administrations from the beginning till now have utilized additional persons in the form of consultants. So whilst he continues to seek to pull apart something that has become so familiar and common to what we do within the operation and the governance of our administrations, we understand the value that these individuals bring to bear on the various ministries, departments, and agencies, projects that we seek to do in this country. And in fact, many of the accomplishments of this administration, and they have been many, Mr. Speaker, many of the accomplishments have been as a result of the hard work and dedication of a committed public service, being supported, aided and abetted, if you were, by consultants who have been there to support and to give technical expertise and to lift some of the load. And as our Prime Minister always says, many hands make light work. So I'm sick and tired of hearing about the consultants. Stop speaking about consultants in a disparaging way when they have been there, many of them helping to serve and to lift the heavy weight that we found when we came into this administration in 2018. I'm sick and tired, Mr. Honourable Speaker, of hearing the leader of the opposition speak about travel and how much is being spent on travel. And I mean, as a minister of government, I can share many times, Mr. Speaker, persons invite us to various activities all across the world. They want Barbados to be present at the table. And in many cases, they will pay the airfare. So whilst they will pay accommodation. So whilst the honourable member who has never had the opportunity to serve at that level, whilst the honourable member wants to continue to cast aspersions and give people the impression that something nefarious is taking place, this is something that has been very normal and common. And as I've said, many agencies across the world and countries make it their business to invite and extend an open arm and a welcome to Barbados and its officials to come and do business on behalf of the people of Barbados. So once again, I am sick and tired of hearing about the honourable leader of the opposition raising this matter of travel as if somebody is doing something under the cover of darkness with cloak and daggers and doing something that will harm the people of Barbados. Every time we get up as ministers of government, every time we get up there as public officers, and I speak on their behalf, to go there and represent our country, we do it with pride and industry. And we do it to serve this nation and to put Barbados first. And from 2018 to now, we can say with loud assurance, Barbados is back. Across the globe, Barbados is back. And lastly, sir, I'm sick and tired of hearing the leader of the opposition talk about if we can't find local people to fill these positions and different things like that. Mr. Honourable Speaker, in many of these same positions he highlights, like the CEO of QH, for example, there was a very fair and transparent recruitment process and selection process, Mr. Speaker, sir. Everyone had the opportunity, all 267,000 of us had the opportunity to apply for the post of CEO of the hospital. Everyone had the opportunity and the fair right, fair chance. Are we supposed to sit down and say because we want to have, we have this nationalistic thing going on, we must select somebody from Barbados to fill every single senior post in the country, even though they do not apply? It is a nonsense, Mr. Speaker, sir, and I'm sick and tired of hearing about it. So having said that, let me move on now to the process for which we are here and the purpose for which we are here, the budgetary proposals. And I start by congratulating the Honourable Minister in the Ministry of Finance, the Honourable Member for Christchurch East Central. Mr. Speaker, sir, I found that this budget presentation was balanced. And the word that came to my mind even as he was presenting it and I was listening to it, deeply and profoundly engaged, was sincere. It came from his heart. His reference to his own experience and his own journey politically and even professionally was apparent within the words within that budget presentation. So I must applaud him for not only being sincere in the way that he has tackled his duties on a daily basis, one of the hardest working people that I've seen and known in these professional circles, one of the hardest and more dedicated persons. Rainfall, sunshine, snow, sleet, or hail, you can find the Honourable Member for Christchurch East Central on the job doing the work for people of Barbados. And therefore, I applaud him for his very sincere approach not only to his daily tasks, but also to this presentation of the budget on this occasion. I congratulate him for so doing. And there's a lot that's in this budget for the people of Barbados, and in particular the people of St. Michael North. And I'm going to go through a few of the things that were mentioned that I think would appeal to people in Eden Lodge and in Grisettes and in Cave Hill and Husbands New Development and Claremont and Clare Park. Let's talk about the minimum wage. The fact that there has now been instituted from 2026, January 2026 to be exact, an automatic 2% increase in the minimum wage that has been not only established by this administration, but now being increased on an annual basis by 2 percentage points. Mr. Speaker, I think that that is transformational. 2% increase in the minimum wage automatically on an annual basis. You have heard the Honourable Member for Christchurch East Central speak about the expansion of the maternity leave benefit, moving from 12 weeks in the case of a single birth to 14, and in the case of multiple births all the way up to 17 weeks of leave. That is a tremendous benefit to those mothers who go through childbirth, either single or multiple births. In addition to that, and also a tremendous, and I guess game changer, you would call it, a transformational initiative, is the introduction now for the first time in our country to paternity leave. A benefit that has been asked for many, many years by many circles, men's groups and even women groups, because we understand the value and the importance of having fathers in the home to support mothers during those very early stages of childbirth. He has also increased, and the government has also increased the income tax threshold for pensioners from the year 2025 up to $50,000. And let's get down to some of the day-to-day cost of living things that and Mr. Speaker, sir, you know, there are many persons who have been asking the question, what's in this budget for me? How does this really apply to me? The average person on the street is wondering, how does it apply to them? But I heard the Honourable Minister in the Ministry of Finance say to us that VAT was going to be removed from April 1, 2025 for an additional items, and there's a list of about 45 items where VAT has already been removed, but he has added to that list of 45. And these new items that have been added to the list where now VAT is being removed include mixed meats, sega, lentil peas, pineapples, Horlicks, and Vienna sausages, Mr. Honourable Speaker. And not only did we stop there, we didn't stop there, Mr. Speaker. We went further to say we are not only removing VAT from these items, but we're also removing import duties from another suite of items. And those include pears, plums, grapefruits, and mandarins. And again, I hear persons within various circles asking, how is it that government is seeking to introduce, in some cases, an excise tax on certain snacks and items, and I'm going to come to that, but yet they're not seeking to reduce the access to the healthy items. And here we are as an administration in the very same budget, not only introducing an excise tax on the unhealthy items, but we're also at the same time reducing VAT and in some cases import duties on healthy items, food items for our people, strengthening the healthy basket of goods that we're offering to the people of Barbados. So we're not doing one without the other. The two things are working hand in hand. And I'll speak to the issue of NCDs a little bit further down. And I'm so grateful for healthy initiatives like this, where we're improving the access of our citizens to healthy and nutritious food items. I grew up on Sega. I grew up on Sega. So I'm glad to see. And that's why you look so, yeah, thank you, Honourable Member for Thomas. Thank you. Thank you. Sega. I love it. All of us. And we grew up on it, Barley. And it's good to see that even within this expansion of the reduced and removed VAT items, we have items like that would allow a mother to be able to go to the supermarket and buy Sega and put a meal on her children's table at the end of the day. And again, I come back to St. Michael North. And those who have been following me throughout my political journey thus far will know that I have introduced since 2022 the St. Michael North Community Wellness Program. And in that program, we go every single Saturday. Not every single Saturday, it goes on hiatus sometimes, but it typically is on Saturday mornings where we come together just for an hour as a community. And we work up together, we do aerobics, boxercise and different things like that, just to get our people moving because we understand the value and the importance of physical exercise. It's going to be this Saturday again. In addition to that, we've done many different community meetings that have been focused on health and wellness. This coming Sunday, we're doing another program on mental health in this case. So these budgetary proposals align well with what is happening within many of our constituencies across the ground in Barbados and in particular in St. Michael North. I'm also pleased to hear about the Home Improvement Fund, where microloans and grants are going to be offered to individuals to beautify their homes. Mr. Speaker, sir, I'm very, very, very pleased about that because there are many persons within St. Michael North that I believe will take advantage of that. And it aligns again with another program, the St. Michael North Home Improvement Program, that I'm seeking to do and starting from this month, where we're going to be improving in a minor way, minor improvements and painting and repairs to individual homes as well across the constituency. So I'm very glad that I'm going to be able to get some assistance from the government of Barbados to be able to help us to expand that home improvement plan under the funds and the grants and the microloans that are being offered under the Home Improvement Fund of the government of Barbados. Let me turn my attention very quickly, sir, as I continue on to the ministry. And as Minister of State and the Minister of Health and Wellness, I believe that this budgetary proposal does speak to a lot of the work that we're seeking to do as it relates to tackling NCDs. And I've heard about the introduction of the 20% excise tax that's being introduced on some of the snacks that we have in Barbados, Pringles and salted nuts and salted pretzels and different things like that. I've heard a lot of persons that have raised alarm about it, interestingly enough. And I mean, let's set the context for this, Mr. Speaker. It is not just that we are randomly saying we want to increase taxes on something. It is not just it's not so we can accumulate and amass massive amounts of money, Mr. Speaker. It's not about that. It is about addressing a serious concern that we have as a government, something that we believe can actually set us back developmentally and that can affect our ability to progress as a country and even survive as a country, and that is non-communicable diseases. 8 out of 10 persons in our country, Mr. Speaker, are dying as a result of non-communicable diseases. Whether it is diabetes, hypertension, cancers, chronic respiratory illness. These are some of the major things that are taking our people out on a daily basis. And I've come to the place, Mr. Speaker, where, I'm not playing with this subject, I'm very serious about it. Because 8 out of 10 is a statistic. But that's 8 people. Those are fathers, mothers, grandparents, aunts and uncles, some of our colleagues. Every time I go on Facebook, I go on social media, rest in peace, rest in peace, rest in peace. People that you know from school. Every time you look around, we have too many of our people who are dying, and they're dying in many cases because of preventable, highly preventable illnesses, NCDs, lifestyle diseases in many cases. And therefore, that is why we realize that these things in a small population like ours, Mr. Speaker, if this was United States of America, where it is a problem there too, we may be able to take the hit of tens of thousands of people dying annually. We may be able to take the hit. But in a small island developing state like ours, where every single person here represents a unit of production and productivity, every one of us have to be able to produce to make this country turn and to become what it needs to be. And therefore, when we have persons who are being struck down in their prime, it has a deleterious effect on our ability to perform as a country and to reach the goals that we have set for ourselves as a nation. So NCDs and the fight against NCDs is not a joke. It is a serious matter, and therefore we need to take it seriously. So therefore, the 20% on excise tax on those salty items, those ultra-processed foods are the ones that we are expecting to change some behavior. And even as I say that at this point in time, Mr. Speaker, I give just passing reference to the sugar-sweetened beverage tax that we would have introduced a few years ago. And cursory information so far has shown us that there has been a change in some behaviors and consumption patterns relative to the use of sugar-sweetened beverages. And I think that is something that can be applauded. There's still a lot more evaluation that's taking place as we speak. But from what we are seeing so far, we've seen people who have now moved towards healthier alternatives. We've actually seen an uptake in water, for example, since we've introduced the sugar-sweetened beverage tax. And this is something that follows the science all over many jurisdictions where these things have been introduced as well. So, Mr. Speaker, NCDs are a plight, and there are real people who sit behind these statistics. Real people who are dying, and real people who are mourning the death of loved ones because of NCDs. Childhood obesity is another major concern for us. Mr. Speaker, it is said that one in every three persons in Barbados, children in Barbados, are right now obese or overweight. 1 in every 3. And this is a significant problem because not only being overweight and obese in your youth is a challenge in and of itself in terms of your inability to be as active as you would like to be, and maybe even some childhood illnesses and diseases that may confront you. But there's also a foundation that is being laid then for the development of NCDs as you grow and as you get older as an adult. And where we need you to be in your most productive, where we need you to be in your prime and being able to lift the heavy loads and carry some of the weights in our country and to move our country forward, you may then find yourself stricken with a diabetes or stricken, or we call it sugar, stricken with sugar, or stricken with hypertension, blood pressure. And these are things that we cannot afford to have. So we need to fight back on NCDs, which is why I applaud the introduction of the excise tax on these salty and ultra-processed snacks. And I want the people of Barbados to understand why we're doing it. It's not a punishment, but it is for us to move our people away from the things that we know and have been proven to be unhealthy for them. And we're encouraging them to move towards the healthier alternatives that are there, Mr. Honourable Speaker. But this sits in a suite of things that we have been doing as a ministry. We have not only introduced the sugar-sweetened tax, sugar-sweetened beverage tax, but we've also introduced legislation that will ban industrially produced trans fat from our shelves. We have also enhanced and broadened our screening guidelines relative to several of the cancers, colorectal cancer, in particular colon cancer. And of course, we're working right now on enhancing the screening guidelines relative to breast cancer, prostate cancer, and of course, cervical cancer. And those are the ones that affect our people most. And those updates and the updates to those screening guidelines is taking place as we speak.
The honourable member has 2 more minutes.
Okay, sir, I'm winding down. But I want to encourage, therefore, in the 2 minutes that I have, I need for our people to understand that the budgetary proposals that have been laid out are really there to help us to move as a nation towards a healthier state of being. not only financially or fiscally, in a macroeconomic sense, but of course at the very individual and personal level relative to our own health and wellness. I want us to understand that every dollar that is spent on managing NCDs and seeking to prevent NCDs, but managing them more so because that's our daily reality, every cent that is spent on the management of NCDs is impacting and taking away from developmental spend, money that we could be spending in education, money that we could be spending across agriculture, money that we could be spending in many of the other industries and sectors that we have as a country. So as we're spending the money to manage NCDs that are largely lifestyle-oriented and largely preventable, the money could better be spent helping us to produce more as a country and go further as it relates to our GDP. I'm well aware, therefore, that this fight requires behavioral modification. And that is why I'm also pleased that the Honourable Minister of Finance has placed at the disposal of the Ministry of Health and Wellness $1 million per year for the next 2 years to focus on education relative to health and behavioral modification. And I'm thankful that a lot of this is being used specifically as it relates to the NCD fight. So in closing, Mr. Honourable Speaker, let me once again declare my unreserved appreciation and support for the budgetary proposals for this fiscal year ensuing. Let me thank the Honourable Member and Minister of Finance for that which has been done on the behalf of the Ministry of Health and Wellness, and I think even by extension the people of Barbados. I look forward to continuing to work with the Senior Minister and the Ministry of Health and Wellness and the entire team as we seek to help our people to live healthier and happier lives. And I want to, the last statement that I will make is to encourage all of my fellow citizens, take personal responsibility for your health and wellness. Reduce your salt intake, reduce your consumption of sugar, increase your consumption of fresh fruits and vegetables, exercise more, and exercise doesn't have to be going to a gym, but walk more, get up and be active. That's true. He's a good man too. And by that token, Mr. Speaker, I believe that if we all take personal accountability and responsibility, that we will become a healthier, wealthier nation and people. With those few words, I'm obliged.
Honourable Member for St. Lucie.
Honourable members, Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise today to make a contribution to this debate, being very thankful and grateful for what has been done on the behalf of the good people of St. Lucie. Between yesterday and this morning, or the first half of the day, we've had the unfortunate circumstance where we listened to the tortuous and rambling speech for over 9 hours of the leader of the opposition. This speech, Mr. Speaker, sir, I can best describe as political masturbation. Mr. Speaker, after the masterful presentation by the Honourable Member for Christchurch East Central, we had to be subjected to such an unfortunate speech. Mr. Speaker, when I had a conversation with the Honourable Member for Christchurch East Central with respect to the budget, I indicated, and I'm sure a number of us did, because we do things in this party as a team, with sincerity, helping each other, because we understand that one man doesn't form a government. it seemed that the leader of the opposition believes so. But we operate as a team, Mr. Speaker. You and I know, as having examined the budget, with all the measures introduced, I particularly, Mr. Speaker, want to speak about the bullet where the Ministry of Finance will pay the Barbados Water Authority. I'm talking water this evening. Because there have been a lot of rambling around and running around and people knocking about themselves in St. Lucie, want to champion themselves as being on the behalf of the people. But I will let you know, Mr. Speaker and honorable members, where this started. They talk about the ministry, the budget said the Ministry of Finance will pay the Barbados Water Authority $32 per month on the behalf of all affected households in St. Lucie and St. Peter, who continue to be affected by brown water from April 1st until the issue has been resolved. Mr. Speaker, I have listened, and there have been encounters with myself and the honourable member for Christchurch South, if he still belongs there, because that is where he was elected to serve, and has made mock sport of the people of St. Lucie by calling them brown water. You see, Mr. Speaker, the water issues in St. Lucie did not just begin now. There were issues which were there before. But the thing about this Barbados Labour Party is that we face issues and we fix them. It goes as far back under the late Professor Owen Seymour Arthur, Mr. Speaker. We began a mains replacement program in St. Lucie from as far back as in 1997. But you know what, Mr. Speaker? And I don't take this as a political issue, but since it is placed in the realm of politics, then I will respond. I have kept relatively quiet for a while, but I choose to respond to the Democratic Labour Party and its stool pigeons this evening. This evening, Mr. Speaker, from 1997, the Barbados Labour Party began a means replacement program in St. Lucie. 1997 to 2006, and I want you to note this, because when the government was changed in 2008, the program stopped. The program was stopped. So that has contributed immensely to what has taken place or is taking place in St. Lucie now. And the Democratic Labour Party walking about themselves in St. Lucie, trying to make people think that it is because of the Barbados Labour Party. They did main replacement in 2014 and 2015. And you know when it started back? In 2018. In 2018. When the Barbados Labour Party came back to office and I became the honourable member for St. Lucie, Mr. Speaker, they must be talking about Kelmanomas. See, I thought that was done. But it seems that Kelmanomas has now come back, has been resurrected. Because with 7 years as MP, 7 years, Mr. Speaker, a lot has been done in my constituency, as opposed to the 42. 18 plus 24, the 42 under the Democratic Labour Party representative. 42 years as opposed to 7. But I make sure there are 7 years of plenty. We're fixing roads. We're fixing the water problem. We're fixing roads. We're fixing housing. Welfare services, we're fixing. I ask the people of St. Lucie, hold strain, because we are working on your behalf, Mr. Speaker. We are working on your behalf. So with this means replacement program, We have touched a number of districts, Mr. Speaker. Checker Hall, Content, Lamberts, Little Bay, Lowlands, Allendale, River Bay, Chance Hall, Crab Hill, Coconut Hall, Allendale, Colleton, Gibbets, the latest ones to be dealt with. We are about business, we are about working, we are about doing things on the behalf of the people. So when the minister in the Ministry of Finance announced, Mr. Speaker, that we will be paying, the government will be assisting the people of St. Lucie in this situation, not caused by themselves, not caused by the government, but because of the neglect that visited itself upon the people. The farmers, Mr. Speaker, and they had the opportunity to serve in the Ministry of Agriculture. The farmers at Mount Poyer, the farmers at Spring Hall Land Lease will now be the beneficiaries of access to water from BWA at $1 per cubic meter. We promised them that, Mr. Speaker, and we delivered, and I want to thank and congratulate the Honourable Member for St. Philip South. The leader of the opposition often talks about us as being self-congratulatory and all of that there. But he is jealous because there's nobody that congratulates him. The only thing that congratulates him is about dividing and rule. About divide and rule. That's the only thing you can congratulate him about. Gone into a party submerged to the top, I will call it. Submerged to the top in a party. You ever hear a man called Archie? You remember when I was in school, there was a song, Archie Break Them Up. And that is the name that I will give him. The Honourable Member for Christchurch South, currently. Archie Break Them Up. But that is not the kind of politics we practice, Mr. Speaker, on this side of this House. We are persons, we don't agree on everything, but we talk and we work things out. We operate as a team, Mr. Speaker. That is why such a comprehensive budget could be presented to the people of Barbados, where everyone from Christchurch to St. Lucie, from St. Joseph to St. John, St. Thomas, all over, every individual could benefit based on the policies introduced. Mr. Speaker, I've been told, with respect to the duties on commercial kitchen equipment, again, ordinary citizens who may have a small business with cooking will benefit from this. This is a government, and it wants to be portrayed. It wants to be portrayed, and people walking away masquerading as they are persons advocating for the poor. Not at all. If you were advocating for the poor, you would have been looking out for the lady that was sleeping under the bridge in Christchurch South that you ran from. You would have been doing that, but left, would have been, look, don't come into this honorable chamber. That is why people do not have, that is why, unfortunately, because of the bad example set by some people who, by some strange happening, become members of this House, but then they forget their pledge to the people that they're supposed to be serving. Like the Honourable Member for Christchurch South ran off and did not take care of this lady. And as I understand it, who has now gone to the great beyond. That is what has happened, regrettably. But a member of parliament who cares about his constituents, when the going is rough at times, you have to sink your foot in the ground, stand on the rock. Stand on the rock. As of course we used to say, my mind made up. And push forward. Push forward on the behalf of your constituents. Mr. Speaker, recently, and I learned of this, we had an outage with respect to water today, but over the weekend, the work was still continuing when the BWA, Mr. Speaker, were putting in a new 10-inch water main from Allendale to Six Mines, a new water main to help us in the north. There was some discomfort for the people, but the BWA kept always in touch, always sharing information. And I want to thank publicly, I publicly want to thank the crew, the BWA and the crew, for the work they would have done on Saturday, and as well the members, the drivers and so on, and the supervisor who service who ensure that that various communities, as far as Chaka Hall, Half Moon Fort, Clean Cakes, Broomfield, Babs, Maycock Stairs, I want to thank them for ensuring that these people were given, had the opportunity still to do their chores. I visited Maycock Stairs on Saturday evening and had a good conversation with a constituent, and I wouldn't call the house number, but I believe she may be listening now, and I made commitments to her, and we rest assured that I will not rest or relax until these issues that affect the people of St. Lucie, whom I am happy to represent, who sent me here to this house on 2 occasions to represent them, and will send me back by nature of the work that I intend to put in, and by nature of what the government is doing on the behalf of the people of St. Lucie and Barbados. Mr. Speaker, I want to close because yes, already. I want to say, Mr. Speaker, and with respect to the housing program in St. Lucie now, because I told you about water, I'm going to tell you about the housing. Obviously, with housing, you must improve the service delivery in terms of water. But we have, and I've been to these constituents already at River Bay, where we need to have, these people need to be given the right of ownership. I remember, and I don't wish to call his name, but permit me, Mr. Speaker, to speak about Mr. Goodrich. They have been living on this land for a number of years. And they will want the opportunity, Mr. Speaker, to be able to purchase this land at $2.50 per square foot, where the government paid the difference. I assure the people of River Bay, I assure them that I will continue to pursue this matter with every ounce of energy that I have. Every bit of it, Mr. Speaker, to ensure that they own what people term as a piece of the rock. to the people at Coconut Hall. We have put in all the roads and the water systems in Coconut Hall. And we're moving forward, Mr. Speaker. I have said to the minister, we need to get things in place for people to begin to pay down. I've said to them, go do your mortgage certificates, make your application to the National Housing Corporation, because we want to move quickly on that work. Things happening, Mr. Speaker, in St. Lucie. So anybody that now come and figure that I wouldn't call them that, honorable member for St. Lucie. You said Johnny who? I wouldn't call them that. Anybody that now comes and all of a sudden believes St. Lucie is now and thinks St. Lucie is up for grabs. Let me tell you something. From this honorable chair, you got another thing coming. Not tomorrow, not any other time. This honorable member will continue to work hard on the behalf of the people of St. Lucie. I want to say in closing, there's a song we sing, and at church, I'm a Christian, Mr. Speaker. When Israel out of bondage came, St. Lucie out of bondage, out of the hands of the Democratic Labour Party, a sea before them lay, and the Lord reached down his mighty hand and rolled the sea away. So forward still is Jehovah's will. St. Lucie moving forward. Though the builders don't care who come and they talk chalk, with a concrete chair, we pushing ahead because the good Lord has rolled the sea away. I thank you and I commend this budget to the people of St. Lucie and the people of Barbados. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for St.
Mr.
Joseph.
Speaker, I beg to move that we suspend our sitting for a period of 10 minutes to quarter. Well, it's been seconded, so.
The question is that this honourable chair be suspended until 5:45 p.m. All those honourable members in favour, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Me think the ayes have it. This honourable chamber stands suspended until 5:45 p.m. This sitting is resumed. Honourable Prime Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Let me at the outset apologize for my voice. I've been fighting a chest infection, but nevertheless, I believe that I will have it still in me to communicate with the good people of this land. And in that context, let me start this evening by saying simply how very, 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 very proud I was of the delivery of the budget by the Honourable Member for Christchurch East Central. Mr. Speaker, delivering a budget is not an easy task. I think I can say a few things about it now, having had to do 6 on my own, and having had to do a number of responses to the budget as well in this Parliament. And I came up in the tradition that I would like to believe that most of us will want to stick to in this honourable chamber, where we treated this as a noble and very serious exercise. The Honourable Member for St. Peter, who equally spoke exceptionally well today, reminded us of the late Sir Richard Haynes. And those of us of my generation would recall debates between the Right Excellent Errol Barrow, the Honourable JMGM Tom Adams, and indeed in subsequent years, Sir Richard, and of course, the late Honourable Member for St. Peter, the Right Honourable Owen Seymour Arthur, who delivered more budgets than any other Member of Parliament in modern Barbados. And Mr. Speaker, the exercise of delivering a budget really is first and foremost to speak to how monies will be allocated and spent, or how monies would be raised in this honourable Parliament. And therefore it has context. It's not a State of the Union address, but we've taken the opportunity to be able to address other things. But in so addressing other things, sir, we've also taken the time to always make connection with the numbers and the programs in the budget. Mr. Speaker, we were treated for just over 10 hours to an exercise that took us from Earth to Saturn to Jupiter to Mars, and even tried to descend on Pluto, which is no longer a planet. But at no stage was there connection with the budget delivered by the Honourable Member for Christchurch East Central. He stayed far and wide. And while, sir, he accuses me of traveling the globe, he traveled the stratosphere. And Mr. Speaker, I'll come to that issue of travel today too, because this is a government that is determined to cut the contrast between what the country became accustomed to under the leadership of the last Prime Minister and what we determine to be minimum standards for this government. And I have said all along, sir, this government is not omnipotent. It is not omniscient. It doesn't know everything. But, Mr. Speaker, we come to work every day to do our best by the people of this nation. And we do so, sir, conscious that the mandate which was reposed in us has been a serious mandate. One, Mr. Speaker, that we don't take lightly. And perhaps, sir, if the honourable member who sits opposite was speaking from the perspective of a mandate, he might have spoken differently. But the mandate which he seeks to hold on to, even if in tattered form, is one that was delivered by a different party from which he leads today. And a member is entitled to do anything and to stand anywhere. But what he must never do is to pretend that something exists that does not exist. Mr. Speaker, sir, I am constrained at the outset of this speech to issue a disclaimer. And I ask your permission so to do, sir. Up front and center, I have been accused of being responsible for sending 2 members of the Barbados Labour Party to lead the Democratic Labour Party in George Street, to infiltrate the leadership. I want, sir, to publicly disavow now any such action on my part, and to tell you that if I had done so, an act which has been described by a leading political scientist as a dishonest solution to the leadership of the Democratic Labour Party, and that political scientist will have to explain why he believes that this is the case with these 2 members. But I want to tell you that if I were to do so, I would have to be guilty of the most reprehensible act. And I don't know how to be that way. And if there was any doubt in the minds of anyone as to why and how I could never do it, they would understand today, after 10 hours of a rambling concoction, that presentation unacceptable for a leader. They would understand that I would have to be wicked to do it. But you see, if you stood on the other side and you were a strong supporter of the Democratic Labour Party, you may really well believe today that I did send him to George Street. Because what paraded yesterday and today was a poor excuse for leadership and a clear intent to take the Democratic Labour Party that he has already decimated by 2/3 and now to want to leave it on the dump heaps of history. Mr. Speaker, sir, I will not tarry other than to say 1 or 2 quick things. There is a word called quidnunc. I'm not sure how many members on this side know it. I know the honourable member who praises himself for being a literary scholar must know what quidnunc means. Quidnunc. And I'm sure that the former leader of the Democratic Labour Party, who he aspires to be like, in fact, I'm told when he walked around in Swan Street today, a little youngster asked him if he was from Del Stewart, that he looked like him. That's not me. But quidnunc, for those who like to pride themselves on intellectual snobbery as they do, simply means a gossip. And we were given 10 hours of a bit of this and a bit of that, and I hear this and I hear that, and throw this and throw that, and innuendo. Mr. Speaker, if I did not know better, I would have now to pardon myself with my members here because they don't like the word quidnunc, I'm sure. They would understand if I called him a pearly, a political pearly, a gossiper. And Mr. Speaker, I am going to come to one or two things because it was intended to solicit and titillate. And what do I mean, sir? Let me deal with one of them up front and center. Because this government has been very, very clear that we have not come to office to hide anything. We may not be perfect, but we are also not going to put against our record any attempt to hide. My members will tell you straight that I tell them all the time that Bill Clinton was not impeached for trying to have sex. Bill Clinton was impeached for lying. And that under no circumstances must that be part and parcel of our record. Indeed, sir, a friend reminded me before coming in here of 2 Corinthians chapter 4, verse 2. Rather, we have renounced secret and shameful ways. We do not use deception, nor do we distort the word of God. On the contrary, by setting forth the truth plainly, we commend ourselves to everyone's conscience in the sight of God. You're not like the honorable member who recites word alone. And why do I say so? Late last night you heard that this government was paying someone $1 million for the year. As if we were doing something nefarious, thieving, and dishonest. Mr. Speaker, sir, to begin with, the numbers were wrong, but I'm not going to quibble on that. What the Honourable Leader of the Opposition was referring to was the engagement by this government of a person who previously worked for the OECD for 15 years as the head of the tax division. This honourable chamber has heard me say over and over that we are in danger if we did not remove ourselves from the grey list and the black list of having companies leave this country because those companies, insurance companies and others, for example, working in Europe, would not be able to do business there anymore if Barbados continued on these lists. Mr. Speaker, we took a decision early on to be able to move away from that kind of lurching from side to side and corner to corner with respect to our activities in Europe. We were also facing, sir, after the election of President Biden, a world that was committed to implement the global minimum tax, Pillar 1 and Pillar 2. And in October of 2023, we started a process engaged with him that led to corporate tax reform on our part. Mr. Speaker, in addition to that, we asked the same gentleman to work, and his team to work with international business and to revise our tax treaties. Barbados depends on a network of double taxation treaties, the avoidance of double taxation treaties to be more precise, and bilateral investment treaties. And there were changes that were absolutely necessary for us to have a credible platform for expansion of our tax treaty network. We asked, Mr. Speaker, for him to also work, as he is doing now, on repositioning us with our insurance and our funds industry to make sure that we remain competitive. We asked him, as I said, to work with corporate taxation, which meant working with the Barbados Revenue Authority. Mr. Speaker, the notion of persons working with us goes back to the days of the 1980s when a gentleman called Mr. Bruce Zagaris worked with us from government, both sides of the aisle, over and over. And Mr. Jeffrey Bell, who worked with the Central Bank of Barbados and was responsible for all of our engagements in the market across governments yet again. And Mr. Speaker, their briefs and costs would have been internationally competitive as this one was. In fact, the reality is that the only reason the Leader of the Opposition knows about this is because we did not hide and do it. It is available, sir, on the Bonfire platform, which is the platform that has been introduced by the new public procurement legislation passed by this government, making it absolutely clear that what we do and with whom we contract is completely openly available to the entire public. But Mr. Speaker, I am not coming in here to ask you to walk by faith and not by sight, because that contract also allowed us to terminate another contract in Brussels, because the same entity, the same gentleman, now works with the ambassador at Brussels in the European Union. So he's working with BRA, he's working with Invest Barbados, he's working with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, he's working with the Ministry of International Business, which is now the Ministry of Commerce. And Mr. Speaker, he is also working with the Barbados Defense Force, seeking to find financing at concessional rates for the repurchase, for the renewal of its Coast Guard fleet at concessional rates. Now, what would you believe? The company that worked for us in Brussels before was getting a loan for the simple job of Brussels alone, 15,000 euros a month as a retainer, and then to be paid anything on top of that. This gentleman, sir, with the company called SAGA, S-A-G-A, Santa Mar Global Advisory Services, who, by the way, is now the advisor to the G20 South African Minister of Finance in this year of our Lord as we speak. His contract is 70,000 US a month. Now, that 70,000 US should remind some people in here of 140,000 Barbados dollars. And it was the same Leader of the Opposition who sought to charge somebody that we know well, $140,000 for one case. And if you can charge $140,000 for one case that has nothing else to do and certainly ain't gonna last for a month, 41? Oh, so I'm so sorry. 141,000. That can't last a month, but would come in here to complain and to make it sound like scandal for a government to hire a distinguished global citizen who headed up the tax, worked with successive governments in Barbados, believed in the honor of this country. But you know what is the proof of the pudding, sir? I'm gonna make it available to you. What did I say was his first job? To advise us on what? Corporation taxes. And Mr. Speaker, what are the facts? Last year, at the end of February, the government of Barbados had collected net corporation taxes of $349.8 million, pursuant to the reforms that he has worked with us on. Would you like me to tell you, sir, what the net corporation taxes in this country are tonight at the end of February? Mr. Speaker, would you believe that it is a whopping $837.5 million? Mr. Speaker, one person now to be made a victim of innuendo telling members of cabinet, bet you all don't know about it. And whose actions, along with those in the Ministry of Finance and the Barbados Revenue Authority, and the Honourable Member for Christchurch East Central will tell you that he has been central not just to our decisions on revenue, but all of the conversations in the Joint Economic Group, and has been responsible in helping us to secure for the country almost $400 million more at the end of February. And we expect this number of 837.5 to increase somewhere along the way to over 900 million by the end of this month. Mr. Speaker, this is the kind of foolishness. And when I say that we need to cut the contrast, and I don't mean to be invidious or to get personal, but I have to make a point because young people in this country must learn and know better. I can only expect that he's not in here since he spoke because he spent over an hour and a half complaining about the fact that members held him to account. But he is to hold people to account for 10 hours and flee. I don't know what other animal flees. I don't know what animal gnaws at the end, at the edges, gnaws. But Mr. Speaker, the reality is that I was ashamed as a Bajan when in the course of the estimates debate in the Well, when the Ministry of Housing was here, the member for St. George South brought his team, and the chairman of Hope, who was here, and what was he regaled to? Who is he? And the kind of discourtesy that should never be associated with a member of parliament in this chamber. And Mr. Chairman, for what? Mr. Speaker, for what? Because he's a non-Barbadian? Mr. Speaker, the wife of the leader of the opposition works as a judge in a Northern Caribbean country. And I would hate to believe that anybody would want to treat her with the disrespect with which he has treated people in this honorable chamber. It is wrong. But yet he will want to quote the Bible, quote Shakespeare, be sanctimonious, tell us about moral decay, but forgets that discourtesy and disrespect cannot live in the same house with sanctimonious behavior. Mr. Speaker, it is wrong. And what we have therefore been presented in here was a full theatrical performance. I can't say it's a madman. You can say so if you want. But a full theatrical performance, in the words of the same Shakespeare that he loves, full of fury and signifying nothing. Sir, some people met me on my way here in the Parliament yard just now and asked me, but wait, he talked for 10 hours and he ain't said nothing. How you do that? That you work for 10 hours and you ain't got nothing to show for it at the end of the day? Sir, he berated and talked about the member for Christchurch East Central talking to the Deputy Prime Minister about a road in his constituency. You mean to tell me that he couldn't even ask for a few roads while he was talking for the 10 hours? You mean to tell me, sir, that the 10 hours couldn't relate to the condition of Bajan people, but the majority of it was to be able to show how wicked this government is, how corrupt this government is, how uncaring this government is? Mr. Speaker, that is his opinion. And I welcome him to keep it, but I know for sure, sir, that while he revels in theatrics, this government will continue to do the people's work. And Mr. Speaker, let me therefore come on to a few things that are absolutely critical. I took a decision this year, sir, to allow the member for Christchurch East Central to deliver the budget. The member for Christchurch East Central has worked alongside me for the last almost 7 years. I believe then, when I took the decision, as I do now, that he was the right person to do the job, that he had done all the heavy lifting, and that the confidence that I had in him and some of his colleagues, all of his colleagues who have it in him, had now to be shown why we repose our confidence in the member. And I think that I can say that the average Barbadian out there recognizes that this is not a one-woman government, that this is a government with depth, with capacity. And you heard during the 3-hour presentation or so, 3.5 hours, the honorable member take us through a very cogent presentation, premised on resilience, premised on growth measures, premised on revenue efficiency, and premised on cost of living and wellness measures. Mr. Speaker, it was balanced. And we've done it largely because, sir, we are in a position where the country has done well. You heard him say the central bank will report 15 quarters of straight growth in this country. Unemployment that is so low that the only number that we have ever gone lower was at the end of December 2007 under the then member for St. Peter, when it went to 6.7%. Debt, and he was very brutal and clear in showing you that contrary to those who only tell you about this government borrowing, that every year we have not only borrowed, we have paid back, and in total we have paid back more money than we have borrowed, and that does not include the restructured debt. Mr. Speaker, you know it and I know it. Every month, you just pay back debt and borrow some too. Every few months, you will go and say, I need a little line of credit with the credit union. But that don't stop you from paying down your mortgage. That don't stop you from paying back the car loan. This is real life. But when you have nothing else to hold on to, these things take on a size that is far greater than anything that we have. Sir, I want to commend to Barbadians the major change that we are making in the affairs of this country with the Resilience and Regeneration Fund. The Right Honourable Owen Arthur created the Catastrophe Fund, correctly so. But we recognize that it is now time to change that into a Resilience and Regeneration Fund. And we recognize that the sources of its funding must be secure for future Barbadians. Sir, if we get hit really bad by a hurricane or some other kind of major system, we have the natural disaster clauses that will unlock almost 20% of GDP, more than $2.5 billion over 2 years for us to step in and do what we have to do. But in the interim, when it isn't that large, as we had with Tropical Storm Kurt, as we had with Hurricane Elsa and Hurricane Beryl and the freak storm, we need to use this fund to be able to help us repair the houses, whether in St. Philip, whether in Christchurch, whether in St. Joseph, St. Andrew, St. Michael, St. Thomas, as we have been doing. And sir, the systems are not perfect because we're dealing with men and women. But we have tried to make sure that as far as possible, we have brought relief to those who were victims and who had no insurance. Now we know, sir, that we can't keep doing that out of the consolidated fund. And all that this tries to do is to say, a little with content is great gain. A person earning $2,000 a month will pay the equivalent of $5 a month. $5. Sir, less than most things. When you go in a shop now, you'll be looking to see what you can get with a $5 bill in truth. You might or might not get. I'm not advising people to buy 2 chocolates. But a bag of rice. Ensure. I want to advise people on the deputies. But the point is this, sir, that for $5, And what he has done in this budget is say, look, it shouldn't only be for people below the NIS maximum insurable earnings, that if you are earning $20,000, you should pay the equivalent of $50 a month. But $50 a month can't break nobody earning $10,000 a month. $20,000 a month, sorry. And what we have equally said is that employers should match it. Now, I've heard that some people say that the employers have said that this will lead to a cost through to consumers, and prices will go up again. Sir, it is not meant to pass through to anybody. If everybody don't leave a little on the table, you're going to pay for it when your time comes. And we learned it in COVID. People who thought that they would be good, all of a sudden had no revenue. And let us go further, sir. The government hasn't said to employers, do it and we can watch you. We have said we will take 0.25% of GDP in this country and put it in the fund each and every year. Because we know what world we are living in. And we are therefore leading from in front. And what we have done is to move on what we have been arguing with the Bridgetown Initiative across the world. And thank God we have the example now of Germany to be able to make our point. Germany is facing a potential existential crisis because of its lack of access to defense under NATO, with the US doing what it is doing to Germany. And Germany now has to go and spend money on defense in a way that it has not spent for the last 80 years. Germany has said, we are going to spend this money on defense and don't mind what the fiscal rules, because Germany was the one who was the biggest one on applying the rules for fiscal rectitude in Europe. And they have said, don't mind what the fiscal rules say, we are going to put aside money every year in order to be able to defend ourselves. Well, what defense is to Germany, as the Honourable Minister said, is what climate is to us. And therefore, sir, I know that as leader of this country, I am doing something that will benefit Barbadians 5 years, 10 years, 20 years, 25 years, 30 years from now. And that it will not be the subject of the crowding out of the things that we must do for ordinary Bajans, because it will affect our numbers. We have said, leave it outside whatever else we do and put it there as the first claim on the government's expenditure every single year, because Barbados cannot survive if we end up ravaged by hurricanes, not by the large ones alone, but by the small ones that are niggling at us. Mr. Speaker, that resilience, therefore, is critical. We spoke, and others spoke in here, about cybersecurity resilience. The member for St. Michael South Central just spoke on it. Member for Christchurch East Central spoke on it. We live in a world that people have to be aware that these things are going to happen. And therefore we have to build up, and the cost of building up the protection that we need for our country is not cheap. It's not going to be cheap. We've asked for social resilience. You saw the measures that we took to give those who are vulnerable, the most vulnerable, disabled among us. And what the member did was to come in here and correct it and make it retroactive to October 2024, so that the children who are blind, who are mute, who are deaf, can also draw the contributions from the NIS, draw the allowances from the NIS in the same way that we have made available to those who are autistic or suffering from multiple sclerosis, or indeed those who are adults who are suffering from, who are being mute or blind or deaf. Mr. Speaker, the resilience for water. The people in St. Lucie and St. Peter, and the member for St. Peter is correct. The people of Six Mens draw their water from the Allendale Reservoir as well. And they too are included in the 3,700 persons whom the government is prepared to accept responsibility for the 12 months while we build out new mains to deal with the rusty water from the rusty mains. And while we fix also the continued issues at the Allendale Reservoir. Mr. Speaker, this budget was intended, therefore, to build the resilience so that when things come at us left, right, up, down, we're in a position to bob and weave and survive and stand strong. Because if you get thrown down, how are you going to carry on? Mr. Speaker, not a word about that from the Honourable Member for Christchurch South. And even in terms of the fishermen, if we don't build resilience for them, and this is a government that has given them, in spite of no insurance for most of them, a 25% grant, and making available also loan funds if they need it, creating and putting in place business interruption benefits. Mr. Speaker, this is a government that not only cares, that acts as if it cares. We don't pretend. And Mr. Speaker, all of these things are available on public record. But you know what's wrong with the member for Christchurch South? He does not know government. He don't know the estimates. He don't know nothing. He standing here for years. Refused to learn every March before the estimates. I carried the parliamentary party, and this year, the member for Christchurch East Central did it. And carried people through, how do you read the estimates? When he wants to know about how much my travel is, but you can only spend what you got. And you can only take it from operating expenses, so that at the very least you know what the outer limit is. But he doesn't have to do that, because I've come in here to make everything totally available to the people of this country. We don't hide. I told you, go back to Corinthians. 2 Corinthians chapter 4, verse 2. No, Mr. Speaker. But let me return to the budget. We recognize that we needed also to continue to tweak growth. Mr. Speaker, across every community in this country, a country that prides itself on the delivery of hospitality, is people cooking. Cooking Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. And long are the days where tourists only went in established restaurants. Tourists go into communities in this country now. And this government looked at the revenue, looked at what the opportunities would be for persons who need to upskill and lift their game, and to be able to use commercial industrial equipment so that they can turn around people quicker in their establishment. And Mr. Speaker, we have said that the same way we will treat the hotels, we're going to treat to you as small business people in this country. Because we see you as small business people, and we understand that if growth is to be inclusive, it can't only be at the macro level, it has to permeate down to the communities where people are. Mr. Speaker, we didn't only do it for this, we've done it for the small farmers. We've said, look, we know that a lot of people who are interested in poultry farming and who are interested in more vegetable farming to become climate resilient. Because we've seen in the last few years how difficult it is for persons to survive the drought and then the extraordinary rain and the pests that come with it and the decline in yields. And we've said, look, we're going to try something. And we're going to let the Barbados Agricultural Development Marketing Corporation, BADMC, access the funds from the Agricultural Development Fund. We're going to go public and invite proposals from persons, and we're going to choose 20 people for the poultry farms with the climate resilient tunnels that are needed for the poultry, and we're going to choose 20 for the climate resilient containers, vertical agriculture. Mr. Speaker, this is a government that sees people and is trying to lift them from where they are to the next level where they can literally pay forward for other people. This is not me coming in here. I could come in here and tell you about George Street and who don't belong to George Street no more, who wasn't out there to greet him no more. But where does that leave you, sir? Where does that put money in the pockets of those who are suffering in this country, or those who want to move to the next level, or those who want to be competitive in exports? At each level, we have to move people to the next level. And that is what this government is about. How do we move people to the next level, regardless of wherever they are? Mr. Speaker, we did the same thing for the restaurants. Restaurants were complaining that hotels with restaurants have a competitive advantage by having duty-free access for alcohol. duty-free access for proteins. And Mr. Speaker, we have removed that disparity in this budget so long as those persons earn more than 60% of their income in foreign exchange. And we've had to do that, sir, because at the end of the day, there are still others that don't earn foreign exchange. And therefore, we would lose all of government's revenue if we didn't have a measure to be able to ring fence. Sir, we said that we want to boost CARICOM travel. We know that interregional travel has been beleaguered since COVID. We did it before, we're doing it again, but this time we're doing it for an extended period of 1 year, where we say reduce the air travel and tourism development fee for regional air travel from 35 US to 20 US. It may sound a little bit to people, but it is a lot to those who are traveling, especially traveling as a family. And much of Barbados' summer tourism is driven by regional tourism and family tourism from people coming from the other islands. Mr. Speaker, we indicated that to have growth, that we also felt that the monies which are aggregated in the credit union movement, that 25% of it should be allowed to participate in investments that hitherto they would not have been able to participate in, and that this is a platform for economic enfranchisement. Mr. Speaker, the credit unions belong to our people. We now have over 2.5 billion, and the Barbados Labour Party under Tom Adams was the one who spurred the growth of the credit union movement back from the 1970s, Mr. Speaker, with the tax incentives given then. Mr. Speaker, this minister, the member for Christchurch East Central, has been a strong defender of the credit union movement, and he has ensured that the same deposit insurance that we have to protect deposits in commercial banks by ordinary people will now be made available to the deposits and credit unions by ordinary Bajans. Mr. Speaker, I would not have minded listening to 10 hours talking about this, but that's not what we heard. Titillation and innuendo from a political lightweight, a political pearly. Mr. Speaker, we authorized in this budget the ability for credit unions in multiple forms to come together to participate so that you can reduce the exposure of the individual credit union. And Mr. Speaker, I hear all this talk, The Barbados Labour Party had a credit union called the Progressive League Credit Union. Been around for a while. You think when it came to us, it had some problems similar to other credit unions across the country? Did we hide? Did we seek to exclude the credit union? It suffered the same fate as the other credit unions that were not meeting the regulatory standards. I wish that that would have been the situation with CLICO. Mr. Speaker, for real. This budget recognizes that the banks in this country have a duty to be able to help us lift some weight in being able to de-risk the mortgages. And bear with me for 2 minutes, sir, because people need to understand why we are adamant. And I thank the member for St. George South for giving the facts as to the less than 800 houses built by the last government in 10 years, and the fact that we are almost at 1,300. But that is not good enough for me, and it is not good enough for most of us on this side. And we have determined that even though we are 50% higher in less time, including a pandemic that took out 2 to 3 years, than theirs in 10 years, that we need to be able to set ourselves some bold targets and to be ambitious. And what do I mean? If we can, in this country, sir, and work with me, build 2,000 houses per year between the private and the public sector, on average of about $200,000, and I'm using a low average because a lot of the houses that are being sold by the private sector are closer to 300 and 350 and 400. But the government is trying to maintain prices down as low as 150,000, and in some instances, possibly even lower if we can. But if you build 2,000 houses at $200,000 a piece per year, Mr. Speaker, that's $4 billion in activity in 1 year. $4 billion in economic activity, which works out to just under 3% of GDP growth. Now, Mr. Speaker, go through it. Work out that the contractors can make at least 15% out of that $4 billion. In 1 year, that's $600 million potentially in profit. The banks, well, they do better than everybody else because they're making not for that year, they're making for that year and 25 or 30, the banks and credit unions. The lawyers, work out the fees, even if you cap it, as Hope has tried to do rather than using the law fees, the minimum non-contentious legal fees. You cap it at $2,500 a piece. $2,500 times 2,000 is $5 million in legal fees from one part of the equation. But the lawyer's also working for two others because you have lawyer for purchaser, lawyer for vendor, lawyer for the mortgage. Mr. Speaker? So you're talking a minimum of $15 million in economic activity to the lawyers. Do you understand the point I'm making? Then we start to talk about the truckmen. Then we start to talk about the laborers and the carpenters and the masons. Then we start to talk about the steel benders. Then we start to talk about all of the people who got to furnish the houses. Do you understand that that $4 billion in economic activity starts to mushroom by the time you now got to furnish the house and to do the other things? And Mr. Speaker, even though we have had issues and challenges with Hope, we have said we are not moving away from the objective because most things when they start have teething problems. And the teething problems must never be an obstacle to progress. Now, I am still going to have the departmental inquiry. But when the Auditor General chose to take the files to see whether anything was amiss in Hope, we said, let him go because we do not want to stop him in any way. And Mr. Speaker, we didn't stop him. And when he is finished, then the departmental inquiry will start. But I'm also sure that you will find that those teething problems are being corrected along the way, every step of the way. But where we are now, sir, is that we want to also target people who earning between $1,000 and $2,000 a month, $800 and $2,000 a month. People, Mr. Speaker, in our constituencies who might be selling nuts, who might be selling akis, they do it every day. But they don't have no regular place that you can see where their income is. Mr. Speaker, the Mortgage Insurance Act was passed in this country to be able to help us de-risk. And what we did under Barbados Mortgage Finance Corporation should be celebrated in the post-independence history of this country. The default rate was less than 3%. And when Republic Bank bought Barbados National Bank, it also took Barbados Mortgage Finance Corporation with it. And what has happened over the years is that 1.5% is added to the mortgage to be able to deal with it almost as an insurance premium. And Mr. Speaker, I want to make this a document of the House because this shows that that approach, which has been used first by Barbados Mortgage Finance and now used by Republic Bank, has yielded and has in the fund almost $26 million, $25.590 million at the end of December 24. But Mr. Speaker, at the end of 2017, it had 31.7 million. And while some people had to draw on it when people were laid off, the real reduction came in December 2020, in 2020 and 2021 during COVID. So that this mechanism came to the aid of those banks, for those persons who could no longer pay their mortgages and for whom the mortgage insurance was available. Now, the Minister of Finance, Minister in the Ministry of Finance, Minister, member for Christchurch East Central, has indicated that rather than wait for banks and credit unions to apply, we are now going to designate across the board all banks and all credit unions to be able to use the Mortgage Insurance Act so we can de-risk more people in there. Mr. Speaker, what does this mean? That in so doing, that we can literally take off of government's balance sheet the obligation of building those houses and renting them to people and allowing people to be able to own them. We also know that as in the case of Hope, you're not only getting the $220,000 cash money as Hope is getting at Vespera Gardens, you're getting the assignment of the roof. So that the money that is to be made on the roof for 15 years will allow Hope to be able to recover its investment. But there has been hiccups, as I said. And what is the biggest hiccup? That the FTC has not put us in a position to be able to deal easily with the issue of batteries. And in the interim, the Light and Power reached grid instability, and without batteries, they can't bring other people into the system. Now, Mr. Speaker, that is why in this budget as well, we have said that the Smart Loan Fund of $15.3 million will now be made available to Bajans who went and bought PV systems, install them, but cannot get them connected because the Light and Power is not prepared to connect them because of the same grid instability and the batteries are not yet available. Sir, we expect to get the batteries by the end of this year, early next year. But in the interim, the people have to live. And therefore, we will take them on their loans on board, and we will give them a 1-year moratorium on payments until such time, sir, that they can start to earn money from it. Mr. Speaker, that is the kind of creative ingenuity that we have done here with this budget. The banks, we are asking to be far more proactive. And Mr. Speaker, banks that in this country, that in 2024, with pre-tax profits, have earned $208 million. 2023, $272 million. Retained after-tax profits, 2023, $257 million, 2024, $186 million. Mr. Speaker, they live in Barbados. They've got to start taking a chance on ordinary people in this country, and the Mortgage Insurance Act, in our view, is one of the ways to help de-risk the applicants and to give the banks greater prudential care as it relates to them. But I go further. The same banks, I hope, while I'm on the topic, will make it possible for people to open bank accounts in this country in quick order. We are embarrassed when companies come to this country and cannot get a bank account open in under 2 and 3 months. It has improved, I'm told, with Bajan individuals, but still, there are some who are complaining. I went in behind here at Royal Bank at 16 years old and opened an account in less than a half hour. And Mr. Speaker, our people must not be financial pariahs in their own country. That is what this budget is about, trying to make sure that it doesn't happen. Sir, we also address the issue, and in fairness, they say the minister, the member for Christchurch East Central can be a Scrooge, but there was no Scrooge-like behavior in this budget. And even though he knows how to collect taxes, he shared the burden across the board. The $10 levy. No, I ain't coming to that yet. The $10 levy for car rentals is not by any means disproportionate. People rent cars in this country for $100 and $150 a day. And Mr. Speaker, we've said to those who do not have H permits, come and make yourself right. There's no cap on them. But if you don't make yourself right between now and the end of June, then be prepared for penalties that will come. And as we talk about H cars, let me also address the issue of the habit of people using C plates as taxis, as ZRs, and as H cars. It cannot work. And the government is going to take a very dim view on people who seek to use the wrong category for purposes for which they were not intended. Sir, the minister will tomorrow, in the wrap-up, also address matters pertaining to administrative issues for late filings and penalties in this country to modernize the functioning of the Ministry of Finance. And I look forward to his doing so. But, Mr. Speaker, we recognize that one of the key issues constraining growth in this country is crime, is chronic NCDs, is lack of productivity. Sir, we are a cricketing nation, and we know that it isn't only the fours and the sixes that make and win the match. The leg buys and the buys and the no balls can cost you the match. And therefore, the actions of each and every Barbadian in terms of making sure that we can minimize the incidence of chronic NCDs in this country is important. We are spending too much money on healthcare in circumstances where people's well-being can be contained by the individual. And we are saying, look, in this cost of living environment, we're not going to tax salty foods at this point in time. We're not going to tax sugary foods any more than we've done. But we're going to have a strong public education program, because I don't like going to funerals and crying for people that are gone. And people will go if they continue on a pathway that does not allow for healthy living. But in the interim, we don't need some of the snacks in the abundance in which we eat it. That everything is good in moderation. I ain't telling you don't eat nuts occasionally. I ain't telling you don't eat Pringles occasionally. But if you eat it once every 2-3 months, it's not the same as eating it every week or every day. And therefore, the excise taxes are intended to be a deterrent, but equally, they're intended to make it a little more expensive, so you don't want to eat it every day. Straight talk. And I believe, sir, that we can achieve that work together. You remember, for Christchurch, so does not see people, so does not care for people, that he described this budget as a conqueror's pedicure budget. Mr. Speaker, tell me, whose feet we trying to save in here? Feet from the people in the Republic of Tanzania, in Portugal. Mr. Speaker, Barbados is known as one of the amputee capitals because of the high incidence of diabetes. And Mr. Speaker, I make no shame in telling the country that I asked for this project. And you know why I asked for it? Because I'm tired, year after year after year, seeing men and women succumb to the loss of toes, the loss of feet, the loss of legs, suffering from sepsis, all because of uncontrolled diabetes, starting with what they consider normal behavior. They've been walking about barefoot all along. They ain't quite get it that they really need to take care of themselves. Some of them have never been for a pedicure in their life. And we need to get across the message that this is not a luxury, this is a basic need in order to have foot care in this country to protect limbs and lives in Barbados. And Mr. Speaker, the government has always been that entity that tries to shape behavior. You heard me speak about Tom Adams earlier and the credit union and the fact that today we have a credit union movement with over $2.5 billion in savings. He did it with solar water heaters as well. It is almost inconceivable for us to build a house in this country without having a solar water heater. Mr. Speaker, I want the behavior to change. We may not be able to give them a pedicure every month or every 2 months, but if we start with people over 70 and the rest in the household see it, the rest in the household will get an idea of what they should be doing. And the person who like it and may get $100 or $200 from somebody overseas as a birthday gift, will say, I would like to do that little thing again because it felt good and my feet look real good. That is the kind of change of behavior that we want. But it is being poo-pooed. Remember, also address the issue of union dues. We have been very clear, and then could have the gall to come in here and talk about who's siding with big business. When, as the member for St. Peter said, when the legislation came in here for labor concessions, to be able to ensure that hotel workers are not unfair in this country, the member for Christchurch South could not be found supporting it. Mr. Speaker, don't judge us by our words. 10 hours of fluff and no action whatsoever. No, Mr. Speaker. Queen's Park is a little couple hundred yards up the road, not down here. Down here is the Parliament. He wants to be in Queen's Park Theatre. He wants to be acting. He got the wrong location. Mr. Speaker, this budget went ahead and said, look, to the hotel workers, there was a big problem in reaching the agreement on the issue of the meal allowances. The member for St. Michael West Central can tell you. And one of the issues was whether where people do not have the facilities to provide meals, whether when you provide the meal allowance at $20 a day or whatever they settled at, whether you would be able to guarantee that workers would not be put into a higher tax bracket and therefore be disadvantaged. Mr. Speaker, this is a government that sees and feels and hears people, and the hotel workers now can benefit from a non-taxable meal allowance that does not in any way compromise the gains that they have received. Mr. Speaker, I'm not plucking these things from midair, and I don't have to speak for 10 hours to show you how a government is making an appreciable difference in the lives of the people of this country. Sir, you mean when he crossed from Mars to Pluto, you mean he couldn't even see the maternity leave and the paternity leave? Not even from Mars to Pluto? Or from Jupiter to Saturn? No, Mr. Speaker. What madness is this? This country is walking. When we introduced minimum wage legislation in the middle of COVID, people told us, don't do it. It's going to bust. Mr. Speaker, we are now on the verge of having the minimum wage board recommend to the country what the revision should be from the $8.50 per hour. And Mr. Speaker, what the minister has done in the budget, the Honourable Minister has said, whatever they come in at, every year from now on, in between the major reviews of the National Minimum Wage Board, we are going to push you up 2%. Because you should not be faltering. Last year, inflation in this country was 1.4%. 1.4%. He wants to dispute that, just as he wants to dispute growth. He's now telling us about something called inflationary growth, as if he doesn't know the difference between nominal growth and real growth. But I'm not getting into those discussions with him, sir, because he distorts to confuse. He may well be confused too, but I give him the benefit of the doubt and say he distorts to confuse. I am saying to you, sir, that we have a budget before us that is well thought out. When I came here 2 weeks after this government was elected for the first time in 2018, I told the country that we would have to face $1 billion structural adjustment. And I said then, sir, that I was asking, just as I had told Madame Lagarde on the Thursday after the government came in, 6 days after, when we said we were going to the IMF, that you have to give people a little breakfast and that you have to create solidarity among your people. I asked the people of Barbados as Prime Minister to walk with us and to share the burden, and that the day that came where there was bounty, I gave the commitment that we would share bounty. Sir, at the beginning of this speech, I told you what the increase in corporation taxes is this year. I had hoped, sir, that we would have been in a position to make structural adjustments to the taxes. We are not in such a position to do so because, Mr. Speaker, you have seen, just as I have, over the course of the last few weeks, what has happened with the stock market and what has happened, Mr. Speaker, with people's sense of fear. We've had almost a 9% increase in the stock market. We do not know where the balance will end up on aspects of the global minimum taxation, Pillar 1 and Pillar 2. And even though we increased our tax rate to 9%, corporation-wise, it is the minimum top-up tax that is still to be taken. And there are still countries who have committed so to do, particularly in Europe, and like ourselves and Canada. And therefore, this government took the approach, sir, that was taken in the past by Grantley Adams, by Errol Barrow, and by others, to treat to that more in the context of a windfall, and to use the increased earnings to help us stimulate growth, to help us pay down some debt, but in so doing, to also carry along Bajans in solidarity for walking with us in the last 7 years. And that is the genesis, sir, of the Solidarity Levy. That every Bajan must appreciate that they are being appreciated, and that we understand that over the course of the last 7 years, things have not always been easy. But that whenever we can, just as your parent or grandparent does in a household, and they have a little extra, they share it with you. That is the Bajan way, Mr. Speaker. And hence, the Solidarity Levy of $300 for every Bajan over 18 will be, who is ordinarily resident here in the last 12 months, will be undertaken. Those who work and who are in the NIS roll, or those who are pensioners, contributory or non-contributory, those who are on the invalidity benefit list, or those who are on the list of the Welfare Department, soon to be the Social Empowerment Agency, you need not worry, because the government has your information and therefore will push out the funds between now and the end of May. Those, however, who are not working or who are not on welfare will have to present themselves with their ID, with their proof of address, and the government will very shortly identify the locations across the island where you will come and give your information, and where the information then will be validated, and then thereafter you will get the funds either through direct deposit or, if necessary, through check. So, Mr. Speaker, that Solidarity Levy has its genesis in our commitment philosophically to walk in step with Barbadians, because rough times will come again and bountiful times will come again. But we succeed when we move collectively as a people, rather than outside with 1-1 here and 1-1 there and 1-1 there. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, we keep faith with the people of Barbados with this Solidarity Levy. The last initiative was in the budget related to how do we make ourselves look better for our 60th birthday, 60th anniversary. Because from the 1st of December this year, well, my birthday is, I'm 60 this year, but the country is formally 60 next year. But like with everything else, the anniversary starts on the day after the 59th anniversary finishes. And therefore, from the 1st of December, the country will embark on its 60th birthday celebrations. And we believe that in preparation for that, that we would like the place to look a certain way, and that we would want people to be able to paint their houses and to have the gardens look in a certain way. We will have a competition that will be parish-based, but equally will be national-based among the best in the parishes. And that we will also have the best community and not just the best individual house. But what are we doing when we're doing all of this, sir? We're making sure that people who can paint, and people who can do a little work helping in landscaping, and people who can change a few boards, because you can't only change paint on boards that can't take the paint, that they are getting a little money coming to them too, in the same way. A little trala, as Dame Billy would say. And Mr. Speaker, therefore, when we speak about inclusive growth, the budget is dotted with things from the podiatry project to the painting project to the no VAT or duties on the commercial kitchen equipment. And Mr. Speaker, we didn't stop there. The minister laid out for you all the things we did to reduce cost of living in this country. And then he went on to tell you about all the other things. Because, Mr. Speaker, on top of what we left there, tell me what else you're getting. Stew beef. The VAT getting take off of that. Remember England, remember for Christchurch, South England talk about that because he don't care whether families really can afford to buy food or not. Minced meat, minced pork, minced turkey, Vienna sausages, Horlicks. I don't like Horlicks. If people ask about Milo, but I think Milo on the list already. So Horlicks is only an addition. Sega, lentil peas, split peas, pigeon peas, and black-eyed peas on the list already. So that, Mr. Speaker, we expanded the list of items to make it easier for every Bajan household, accessing protein from stew beef to the minced meat, to the minced pork, to the minced turkey, to the lentil peas. And for those who talk about fresh fruit, Mr. Speaker, we said take off the duties off of the Ortaniques and the, not just the oranges that were there before, the Ortaniques and the mandarins, the plums. The grapes already have it off. The grapefruit already has it off. Mr. Speaker, the pineapples and the pears, not the Bajan pears, but the pears that you get from overseas, what they call it, the Bosch pears or whatever they call it. Mr. Speaker, this is a government that is meeting people where they are, not where they want to be put into a box by a leader of the opposition. These are real facts. This is not innuendo. These are things that are subject to become law under the provisional collection of taxes, and we're not so after. And Mr. Speaker, I haven't even talked about the Barbados Ocean and Coastal Authority and the fact at which we are reducing our beaches through erosion. And that if we don't stop it, that is what pays our bills, Mr. Speaker. Don't let's get tied up. We learned it in COVID when we had no tourists come. It didn't only affect hotels and hotel workers, it affected the farmers. Member of St. Philip South would tell you that. It affected the people who drive the trucks. The member for St. James South would tell you that, who deliver all the produce to all the small shops all across the country. Everybody was affected. And Mr. Speaker, not a word on those initiatives from the member for Christchurch South. Mr. Speaker, his interest relies only on political parallelisms and scandal, innuendo, no context. And we are going to cut the contrast. Mr. Speaker, he wants to talk to you about me traveling over the globe. Mr. Speaker, I don't travel for holiday. I travel in the name of the people of this country to be able to secure benefits. And Mr. Speaker, I challenge anyone to dispute our record. But for the avoidance of doubt, sir, I have asked my office to prepare my travel for every single year. From 2018, when I first went to St. Lucia for the OECS, and CARICOM heads immediately thereafter, right down through to 2019, 2020, 2021, 2022, 2023, 2024, and yes, Mr. Speaker, 2025. 2025 alone is a perfect example. All the talk. Middle of March, I went out for 2 days. In fact, it was 1 day, one night. So that the cabinet paper may reflect 2 days, but I went for 1 night. to Suriname as chairman of CARICOM to give a speech. I went to UAE to receive the Zayed Award, and I know that that will be contentious, but guess what? Not a cent at the cost of the government of Barbados, either for airfare or hotels. And Mr. Speaker, I could have refused it, I suppose. Mr. Speaker, when I went to Africa, to Lagos, UAE, to the World Government Summit, where as chair of the V20 Forum, where I chair 70 countries of the world who are seeking to be able to build climate resilience, to deal with debt and to deal with health-related matters to climate, spoke at the World Digital Summit, and then went to the Africa Union as chairman of CARICOM. And Mr. Speaker, because of the fact that I also spoke on behalf of an entity with whom we had been working for the last 3 years in Barbados because of people who had died in a plane crash, we did not pay for that early part of it, and that entire trip cost $18,229.60. For the entire year, my travel has come to $19,660.95. It's March only, you may say. But let's go. You go on each of them. I have done the total, and in 7 years, the total amount comes to just about $1.457 million across 93 trips, with an average of $15,000 per trip, Mr. Speaker. I don't travel first class. I go at the last possible minute and return at the earliest possible minute. I do not stay in luxury suites, as was the wont of many a minister before this government came into office. And Mr. Speaker, everything is here. Attendance, look at all of them. If it isn't CARICOM meetings, it is the UN meetings. If it isn't the UN meetings, it is the COP meetings. If it isn't COP, it is individual meetings that require us security. On occasion, I have done 1 or 2 speeches. And Mr. Speaker, if I were only spending money, I wouldn't mind. You might curse me. That 1.45 million, you know what I asked the PS to prepare for me too, sir? What are the benefits in terms of grants that this government has gotten as a result of that travel? Mr. Speaker, would you believe that this government, and I'm going to be fair, because when the ministry prepared this, they included one figure that came at the beginning of 2018, and I don't have nothing to hide. So I told the minister, take that $27 million out. 27.6 million and 83,000. Take it out. So subtract that from $146,887,000 in grant money. Not loans. Mr. Speaker, you know what grant money is? It's free. When you walk out of Parliament, Mr. Speaker, fella there, give me $20 there. That is free money. And Mr. Speaker, what is the grant money for? Mr. Speaker, we got this government, and it is fortuitous. And I want to thank them on behalf of the people of Barbados, because as we meet in Parliament tonight, the Sustainable Energy for All Conference from the United Nations, with over 1,300 registered participants, was opened in this country today and will continue tomorrow. Mr. Speaker, among the people who have visited, and I want to salute our brother, the President of Sierra Leone, who is here as well, the Deputy Prime Minister of Tanzania, the Minister of Finance of Nigeria, the former Vice President of Nigeria, the former Second Lady of Ghana, but among them were also heads of entities. And fortuitously, the head of the Green Climate Fund is in the country for the first time as we have this debate in this Parliament today. Mr. Speaker, for those who don't know, the Green Climate Fund is in the area that I have been given the opportunity to be an advocate for globally, which is on climate. And that is where we've gotten the majority of grants. And that is where we go to the COP. And that is where, when we carry the delegations that he's talking about, between the Inter-American Development Bank and other entities, help to pay for those delegations. Why? Because they want to hear the voice of Barbados, because the voice of Barbados has been strong, has been credible, and has pushed the envelope. Mr. Speaker, people talk now, globally, about natural disaster clauses. Mr. Speaker, if I didn't have natural disaster clauses that could unlock $2.5 billion over a 2-year period in the event of an emergency, we would not be talking about 0.25% in a regenerative and resilience fund. We would have to be putting in 2 to 3%. But Mr. Speaker, we have that. And the first thing we got, we print small, boy. 60 coming on and through. In 2022, because of the work that we put in from day one in 2018 and 19, and it continued to do even during the pandemic, this country was awarded $39.4 million US. That is 79.8. No, 78. 78.8 million Barbados dollars. Mr. Speaker, who's given us $79 million in grant? But you think that's all that they gave, sir? They came back again. And you know what that was for? Because I ain't jumping over this money because people can say, I know what that money for. That money is to upgrade the Bridgetown sewage treatment plant. You know the people in the member for the city of Bridgetown who were complaining about how that plant is operating and all the negative orders and all of them things that they've been suffering from. It is then to take pipes from that plant, or let me put it another way, the pipes are coming down from the bell to that plant for thousands of Bajans. Remember, for St. Michaelis has come in here and made a cry year after year after year after year about the fact that his constituents cannot get security of tenure, cannot go out to the bank and borrow cent one because they are not connected to the sewage system. They don't have the ability to have toilets, waterborne facilities. Nobody is going to give them planning permission. Mr. Speaker, I talk about the member for St. Michaelis, but it also includes, Mr. Speaker, the residents of Bellevue, represented by you, Mr. Speaker. That grant money helps us there. Mr. Speaker, the debt for climate swap that he still cannot get his head around. Another 80 million Barbados dollars coming in grant funds, helping his constituency in Christchurch. So, but the truth, he does not have a constituency anymore. Why are we fooling ourselves? Remember, for St. Michael South Central reminded him that at least she knows where she's running. He didn't know where he's running, and she was absolutely correct. Because I never know how a leader can go to an executive council meeting and approve 15 candidates and cannot get himself approved. Because the people tell him, don't put your eyes on St. John. That's where he won't run, because he believes that simply by saying, I am the leader of the Democratic Labour Party, that greatness shall be conferred upon me in St. John. Well, remember, for St. John and the rest of St. John got news for him, including the people who work for him in the opposition office. No, Mr. Speaker. Let's go on. Do you understand what $146,887,863.49 is? Mr. Speaker, this is an old political playbook. It is true that he is almost 70, but he can at least pretend to live in a modern world. And the bottom line is, sir, that this notion of nickel and diamond Bajans and making people feel that because you call 70,000 US, yes, it is a lot of money to people who are at the bottom, and we know that. That is why this government is working so hard to be able to help people lift themselves out of poverty and lift themselves from lower middle income status and lift themselves from middle income status. But don't believe that you can do the country's work. This is not a rum shop. This is not a community shop. This is not a community center. This is not even a law office. But he believes it's okay for a law office to charge $141,000 for one case, but a country can't buy the services that it needs globally to keep it alive and stable and up. Mr. Speaker, this government will govern. And we will govern in the interests of the people. Our record, both good and bad, will stand to be judged by the people of Barbados. We've never, never, never veered from that. And that is why I've said that the words in Corinthians will continue to be embraced by us. Because, Mr. Speaker, I have not come to public life to do anything other than to represent people and to allow people in this country to be the best that they can be. And, Mr. Speaker, when we go and travel and we make the cases, nobody used the natural disaster clauses until we, at scale. Before us was Seychelles and Grenada. But Barbados became the largest issuer of natural disaster clauses. We took up the battle of telling the world in the Bridgetown Initiative, do it. One of the things and the trips that he quarrels with me for is being in Paris with the President of France when the Bridgetown Initiative spurred on the Pact for People and Planet that has been globally accepted and that recognizes now that the World Bank will in fact give debt pause clauses, the same thing, because you know once we name it, the North Atlantic countries is rename it. Debt pause clause is a natural disaster clause. And the countries across the world from the Pacific, from Vanuatu and Samoa, to the countries in the Caribbean, to the countries in the Indian Ocean, to countries in Africa, to countries in Central and Latin America, because of the advocacy of the Bridgetown Initiative. When we went to argue for ourselves, clearly we were arguing for others in the developing world. And we have brought them along with us. And whereas 2 years ago a hurricane hit them, or a cyclone hit them, and they can do nothing and got to still pay. Let me tell you about Dominica. We all remember Hurricane Maria. Dominica, in the midst of early recovery from that hurricane, sir, had to be looking to pay debt back to the World Bank when it could not even find money to give people to feed themselves in Roseau and all across Dominica. Mr. Speaker, that is what this travel has done. Mr. Speaker, I don't do it in my name. Anybody who knows me knows I don't even like you to introduce me with a CV and a resume. I tell you, call my name and let me jump on the stairs. That is me. But the reality is, Mr. Barrow said in the 1970s, early 70s, when he was assailed with the same allegations about travel, you cannot stand in Bay Street and earn money for the country. You cannot stand in Bay Street and earn money for the country. The same gentleman who leads the party may do well to remember that. But he should also go in Hansard, and I ask the Clerk of Parliament to carry for him the next time he condescends to come in here after this speech, after this debate, and carry for him the Hansard record where Mr. Barrow said that anybody who does not believe in debt financing, deficit financing, is anti-developmental because people that look like us didn't start with capital. He didn't say that, but he added that last part. There are very few people in this country who can build a house out of cash. We have to go to the bank and borrow. We have to incur debt. But we spread the debt over 20, 30 years so that when we finish, we can afford to pay it back. Mr. Speaker, I do not intend to hold this house any longer. But I have tried to come here to cut the contrast. I have tried to come here to show you a government that has brought a budget that is premised on the promotion of resilience, because we must protect our people's lives, limbs, and livelihoods. against both the climate crisis, against crime, and time will come for me to speak on that again, against the vagaries of physical and mental infirmities. We have come here, sir, to promote growth across different sectors, not just in large hotels, because we already have 6 hotels building with thousands of jobs. But we have also come to protect hotel workers, and we've come to protect those who need to be able to be part of a credible hospitality industry by making commercial industrial kitchen equipment affordable to them. We've come here to level the playing field with restaurants. We've come here to make our agricultural sector more climate resilient. We've come here, sir, to bring our credit union movement into the realities of a modern Barbados by ensuring that they have access to deposit insurance, and by ensuring that they can pool together and that they can now invest in areas of activity that they were not able to do it before. We've come here to ease the cost of living by increasing the basket of goods without VAT and without import duties. We've come here, sir, to be able to ensure that we can bring new rules for maternity so that this nonsense that people can't draw maternity if they live alone benefits. And we've now added to it by being gender sensitive. Yes, Mr. Speaker, it has taken a woman to lead a government to give men paternity in this country. That is how it should be. Mr. Speaker, we have come here to bring a budget that might try to right size where we can take revenue by spreading the burden. When we came here, we were the ones who said, increase the passenger travel tax, because if we don't, the taxes that we have to put on Bajans and their households and on their income will be unbearable. And Mr. Speaker, with all that we are doing, we have not imposed an increased income tax on anybody in this country since 2019 for the last 6 years. Mr. Speaker, this is a record that any government, any part of the world would envy to have. Is it perfect? No, it is not. And we never pretend to be perfect. And Mr. Speaker, I can come in here and I can talk about how we try to correct corruption. I can tell you about ministries where people, Mr. Speaker, were paying out monies without checking that the work is being done. I have the records too, sir. But I have not come in here to treat Parliament as a political cesspool. And if there are credible cases to be made for corruption, even when people rush and retire from the public service before they get found, not me, I don't lock up nobody, that is a matter for elsewhere. But we have all of that here. I haven't come here to tell you about the consultants in the last government who were drawing hundreds of thousands of dollars, sir. Because I understand, sir, that you cannot run a government just so it is not a corner shop. And Mr. Speaker, I'm not going to disrespect the people of Barbados by acting in a way that prevents us from delivering from them. And the problem in the last administration, I'm going to be blunt now, the last Prime Minister has to take responsibility. Because even when the last Minister of Finance wanted to be able to restructure the state-owned enterprises, as he announced at the speech at the Chamber of Commerce in 2010, it was the last Prime Minister that put brakes on him and said he believed in a previous philosophy. He lives in the 1950s, 60s, and 70s, and they have not come in anywhere close to the 21st century. And Mr. Speaker, I'm not suggesting that philosophy changes, but the reality is that people lost their jobs, lost their homes. The last decade was thrust upon us, and this country became the 3rd most indebted in the world. And I'm saying to you, sir, it has taken careful stewardship. There are things that we are doing now that I wanted to do 4 and 5 years ago, but the COVID pandemic stopped it. I give this country the assurance that as long as I am your leader, as long as I have responsibility for this Barbados Labour Party government, that there is nothing called hiding. And if you want to be able to titillate people with 6 and 7 figures, then titillate them with the 9 and 10 figures too. Don't only tell them about the cost of travel, tell them also about the benefits. Because women leave home every morning and know that they've got to spend bus fare to go to work. And they're spending the bus fare before they draw the salary. So if you want to reduce it to its lowest level, shopkeepers know that they got to go in town and get credit in order to be able to get back the produce and product to be able to sell to earn the money. Mr. Speaker, a government is no different. We don't engage, and if we only concentrated on this 166 square miles, sir, we would not earn to be able to relieve ourselves of the burden of the recession that we inherited from the last government. And Mr. Speaker, it has been through the careful nurturing of relationships, through the advocacy that we have put on the table, through the engagements, that we have been able to bring benefits in terms, and I haven't even started to talk about the concessional loans. I only talk about the grants, because I don't want to spend 2 and 5 and 10 hours in here to tell you things that Bajans already feel naturally. Every Bajan knows that things are better in 2025 than they were in 2018 when we came to government under the last administration. And I end on this point. He says that I'm a demon. He says that I'm a dictator. Well, Mr. Speaker, I am now going to go in the Guinness Book of World Records because I have never known a dictator to allow marches up and down Broad Street every 2 weeks. I have never known a dictator to allow speeches and all kinds of protests on everything. I have never known, Mr. Speaker, a dictator to allow a leader of the opposition 10 hours on national television. And Mr. Speaker, in so doing, we changed the rules of this parliament. Because for as long as my memory can carry me back, the leader of the opposition was only ever entitled to broadcast time equal to that of the minister presenting the budget. Mr. Speaker, we said, let him talk. Let him talk. Because the more people understand what is the contrast between what is offered here on record and what is offered there in theatrics, the more people will appreciate that they must not repeat the mistakes in their recent past. They went for change for the sake of change, and they ended up with a lost decade. Sir, we're not yet in an election. As much as he's calling it, he don't even have a seat to go on canvas. I have chosen to spend my time here not prosecuting the people who work in his office, who should be prosecuted for selling or trying to sell a house for $8,000 when the house was valued at $60,000 with a for sale price of $50,000. I haven't come in here for those things, sir. I ain't calling nobody name. But I've come in here to remind this country that if ever there was a time that has been perilous since independence, and if ever there has been a time that has been perilous since World War II, it is the world in which we live today, sir. It is the world in which we live. This matter with the Cubans and the nurses should tell us everything that we need to know. Barbados does not currently have Cuban medical staff or Cuban nurses, but I will be the first to go to the line and to tell you that we could not get through the pandemic without the Cuban nurses and the Cuban doctors. I will also be the first to tell you that we paid them the same thing that we pay Bajans, and that the notion, as was peddled not just by this government in the US, but the previous government, that we were involved in human trafficking by engaging with the Cuban nurses was fully repudiated and rejected by us. Now, I don't believe that we have to shout across the seas, but I am prepared, like others in this region, that if we cannot reach a sensible agreement on this matter, then if the cost of it is the loss of my visa to the US, then so be it. But what matters to us is principles. And I have said over and over that principles only mean something when it is inconvenient to stand by it. Now, we don't have to shout, but we can be resolute. And I therefore look forward to standing with my CARICOM brothers. I wish I could say brothers and sisters, but brothers, to be able to ensure that we explain that what the Cubans have been able to do for us, far from approximating itself to human trafficking, has been to save lives and limbs and sight for many a Caribbean person. So, Mr. Speaker, I hope the contrast has been clear for all to see. We will continue in the service of the Barbadian people where there are things to answer, and I learned this as a young Minister of Education and a young Attorney General, that you cannot know what every single person in your ministry is doing. But where things are brought to our attention, we will act. Where there are things that he says that make sense as leader of the opposition, we will equally act. And I wasn't planning to do this, but I feel I have to do it, if only because that this nonsense and charades and parade of foolishness must stop. This government invited the leader of the opposition to serve on the Advisory Council of Citizen Security. He told us, and Cabinet Secretary, that he would be there on the Friday. The Attorney General would recall, the member for the city would recall, at the meeting that we had at the Lara Court. Only then, and he told me that he just wanted to have a conversation with his members of his party, but yes, he would serve. Mr. Speaker, he repudiated that agreement. No problem. These things happen. I know what it is to lead a party, but people have different leadership styles. Many of you saw me go behind the Speaker's chair 3 weeks ago. And I said to the member for Christchurch South that I really would like the opportunity for the members of the Ministry of Education to present to him what we propose to carry to Cabinet and what we propose to carry to the country. Because the only remaining issue, as the Minister said in his budget speech, is really the mechanism for transfer from primary to secondary. And because, and he could remember good, I said it last night, that from September 2026, that we would be seeking to have new arrangements put in place. Mr. Speaker, we arranged that he would bring a delegation, he said 4 or 5 people, and to have lunch in a private dining room in Parliament and to have the presentation made. The Chief Education Officer came, the Permanent Secretary came, the ministers were present. When I went downstairs, I saw him with most of his delegation at the other end of the dining room, and I went and said, but the others are inside waiting for you. He said, no, we can't make that today. We can't make that today. I said, tomorrow? He said, no. Former Minister of Foreign Affairs was standing up over him. I don't know if he was waiting for guidance from her. I said, next week? He said, man, I'll talk to your PS. And I left it, only to go and have to report to the public officers who had the presentation on the screen that he was no longer coming. Mr. Speaker, we took a photograph of Parliament here last Wednesday morning, and in the presence of the senior minister with responsibility for social sector and environment, Minister of Health, and myself, and one other person, I said, Ralph, sorry, I shouldn't have called his name. Can we do next week? His response to me was, you back with that thing again? Verbatim. Mr. Speaker, I would have hoped never to have to do this. But this charade must stop in this country. And I told him then, and I say it to the country publicly, there are 2 things that I believe should not divide political parties in this country because of their long-term nature: education reform and crime. Sir, none of us knows for whom the bell will toll. I, in spite of all of that, make this government available to a team from the Democratic Labour Party, even though my members feel that I am being stupid in reaching out and having an olive branch each time. And you know why? I spent 7 years in the Ministry of Education, and I spent 5 years as Attorney General with responsibility for fighting crime in this country. And I know, I don't think, I know it requires a whole of government approach in each instance. And if we are to truly carry this country to the next level than this nonsense about trying to treat everything in a partisan manner. I said, abuse me on everything. Abuse me about the travel. Abuse me about housing. Abuse me about whatever you want. Abuse me about the budget. Yeah, I'll deal my hand, talk about it. Abuse me about anything. But on these two matters, for the sake of the children and the young people of this country, for the sake of the elderly people of this country who may feel unsafe in communities, let us sit down and have a national pact. And I want to say to the media, you have sought, correctly so, to play a correcting role against this government because you say that the people gave us 30 seats each time. And we have made ourselves, as Prime Minister, I reduced the powers of Prime Minister, never done before. I no longer can choose a head of state. I no longer can choose Supreme Court or Court of Appeal judges. And only recently, we have agreed to bring in here that instead of me being able to designate and have cabinet agree to the renaming of places and buildings and parks and locations, I said no. Send it to the National Honours Committee, on which the opposition has membership. And Mr. Speaker, a bill will come in here now soon to confer national honours automatically on the Chief Justice, on the Chief of Staff, on the Commissioner of Police. And I have forbid my cabinet from putting the Prime Minister in there because I don't want to be in there. But the country must do the right thing by the other posts in this country. And I say these things, sir, because I sense with the gray hair that I have and the age 60 creeping in on me quickly, that there are certain things that are worth standing for. I used to sit at the end of this front bench next to the then member for Christchurch South. The then member for Christchurch South. He was conferred with the honor and dignity of being able to sit on the front bench by the Prime Minister and Parliament, even though he was not in cabinet. And he said to me, and I've said this over and over, he said, young girl, a time is going to come when you're going to have to legislate everything in this country because the conventions that people hold by will no longer hold. We saw an example of it with the 10-hour speech in here today because it was an abuse of privilege. And the last time it happened, in the early 70s, and I've asked the clerk to research it, my father has told me about it many a time because he was a member of this chamber between 1969 and 1976. And the estimates in those days would go on and on and on and on. And it went on so long. And the only thing that stopped it after 2, 3 o'clock of Friday night into Saturday morning was cricket at Kensington Oval. And Mr. Barra took the opportunity then to change the rules and impose what we then came to know for over 40 years with the guillotine coming down on the heads. So there's no open-ended debate because everybody recognizes that time is money. What Mr. Barra didn't do was to change and put a time limit on second reading speeches. But the clerk has advised us that almost most modern parliaments have time limits. Now, we never had to be forced into that position because even when men give, and even me on occasion give 4 or 5 hour speeches, that it was never to the point where it went on and on and on. But this parliament, Mr. Speaker, and you are to be commended for it, you did not even remind him of his persistent breaches of the rule with repetition. And there were certain things I heard at least 8 and 9 times in the 10 hours. And Mr. Speaker, I don't say this because I am closer to the end of my public career than I am to the beginning. And I say so for the benefit of those who must come. When you go before the United States Supreme Court, you have 30 minutes to make your case on matters that affect life. In the International Court of Justice, the Honourable Member for St. James Central just came back. You have 15 minutes. Mr. Speaker, this is a serious country. This is a serious parliament, the 3rd oldest in the Commonwealth. I pray that if nothing else comes out of this debate, that it will be a commitment to elevate the seriousness with which we treat to this annual exercise of estimates of expenditure and budgetary and economic proposals. I believe that we've tried to keep our course on this matter. And I trust and pray that the members of the country will understand when we go in now to a fourth day, because I do not believe that it is fair on the workers of Parliament, on the police, on the people who service Parliament, to ask them to remain, and certainly to those who have been doing yeoman service with signing, to be able to ensure that all of our people understand and appreciate. And I've therefore asked, we will go probably for another 45 minutes to an hour, and we will shut off tonight. And we have taken the decision to postpone Cabinet tomorrow to facilitate the conclusion of this debate, because the people must be allowed to hear their representatives in this annual appropriations bill, which is the centerpiece of the financial year in our Parliament. And if Cabinet has not to be able to meet tomorrow to facilitate this debate because of the 10-hour speech, so be it. We understand the games and the theatrics, and we understand that the only place he was interested in going when he left here was to walk about town, because he is more interested in the likes than the love for it. Well, Mr. Speaker, this government is in it for the love of it and not simply the likes. I want to commend this budget, and I want at the very end to say to Barbados that if something should happen to me, God forbid, tomorrow, I know that I have left in your hands a capable, a confident young man who has acquitted himself with distinction as the member for Christchurch East Central, but equally as the minister in the Ministry of Finance. And I will tell you the public the truth, that the only thing standing in his way between now and being fully Minister of Finance is the fact that we come out of an IMF program in May or June of this year. And we're going to have to go to the market for the first time since this government has come to office. And while I do not claim any major things, I do know that I have a bit of credibility internationally. And I do believe that I need to leverage that credibility for the benefit of this country in terms of our re-entry into the market. Once I am satisfied that I have done so, I will have the greatest pleasure in removing from myself the portfolio of Ministry of Finance.
Honourable St. Michael South.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I had in my notes to begin by saying how proud I am of the Minister in the Ministry of Finance, and I am. But I think we are all very equally proud of our Prime Minister, who delivered and always delivers excellent performances and speeches, but that, I must confess, is one of the best ones I have heard delivered by the Honourable Prime Minister, timely, to the point, and I believe shares a lot of points in relation to what it is that we brought forward in this budget and why we brought them forward. Mr. Speaker, sir, I don't intend to be long. As everyone realizes, the hour really is late. But I will begin by asking the good Lord to guide my words, let the words of my mouth and the meditation of my heart be acceptable in thy sight, O Lord, my strength and my Redeemer. And, Mr. Speaker, I do so because I've asked my friends and my family, having listened to the Honourable Leader of the Opposition, what should I really say? And therefore, to guide my words as I speak during the course of my very brief presentation. But I must confess that the presentation by the Honourable Leader of the Opposition will go down as perhaps one of the longest, go down in infamy as perhaps one of the longest, but certainly the emptiest response to a budget ever visited on the people of Barbados in the history of Barbados. Mr. Speaker, sir, I want to begin because the thesis that was presented by the Leader of the Opposition would give Barbadians a reason to think that this government is up to something underhand. And I used to, as a boy, sir, as a young man, spend my time reading a lot of the philosophers and a lot of the Greek philosophers. I read all kinds of things. I love the work of Plato, particularly the allegory of the cave. And for those who haven't read it, I suggest that they do. But the honorable member for Christchurch South did a whole presentation in which the essence of his presentation was show me a democracy, and I will show you a tyranny in the making. Show me a democracy, and I will show you a tyranny in the making. But if you were to read, Mr. Speaker, and I am convinced that the honorable leader of the opposition is just talk and theater. Because if you read Plato's work, Mr. Speaker, sir, Mr. Speaker, you would realize, I'm sure you already know anyhow, that the tyranny Plato is speaking of, he says, is that there is too much freedom. And therefore, when he accuses the government by Plato's standard of tyranny, he could only be encouraging us or deciding that we should give people less freedoms. Plato goes on to say, Mr. Speaker, sir, and this is important. Plato goes on to say that the problem is that we are dispensing authority to some who are not equal, and therefore allowing men who are not equal to occupy high office. It is an elitist approach to governance, Mr. Speaker. So the entire treatise that we got from the honorable leader of the opposition is an elite perspective on how a country should be governed. When Plato speaks of tyranny, he's not talking about men stealing from poor people. He is talking about men elevating poor people. So when the leader of the opposition uses him as his judging mark, his gauge stick, what is he saying to the people of Barbados, Mr. Speaker, sir? After that, he went on to talk about Hobbes. And I had the good fortune of teaching social contract theory while I was a lecturer at the UE for 10 years. You can't tell me about Hobbes. But the honorable leader of the opposition, sir, he went on to tell us how Hobbes said life is solitary, nasty, brutish, and short. And therefore, these are the worst of times. There's a war of all against all. But what was the recommendation from Hobbes? These are the men that he looks up to. Plato said you need to have a philosopher king. That was Plato. After all of this, you need a philosopher king. You need a member for Christchurch South, a philosopher king. Hobbes goes on to argue you need a sovereign. After all of this, you need a warm man, a strong man. So when life is brutish and short, Hobbes says very clearly, you need to submit to a dictator. Read it, Mr. Speaker. So the two theories that he is using to base his whole argument on in relation to this Labour Party are flawed, but they speak to the mind, the elitist mind of the leader of the opposition who cares nothing about poor people, Mr. Speaker, sir. And I will not be lectured by him on anything regarding social policy, ever. If I did not know that before he spoke on Plato and Hobbes, I know it now. He's a half a man, half of the theory, half of the idea. And we should not submit ourselves to that kind of thing, Mr. Speaker, sir. Let me go on, Mr. Speaker, sir. The honorable leader of the opposition came with 4 questions. The second question was, what should humans do in the face of deception? This is a man, sir, who should ask this question to the people of Christchurch South. What should humans do in the face of deception? Well, he needs to ask and answer that question for himself, Mr. Speaker, sir. Because I know that I presented myself as a member of this Labour Party. And I told the people what I intended to do, the kind of representative that I would be, Mr. Speaker, sir. And I know all across this country I have held true to that. All of a sudden, the honorable leader of the opposition telling us about canvassing. When was he a canvasser, Mr. Speaker, sir? When I was responsible as minister responsible for maritime, when I would spend time in the fish markets, I could not find a leader for Christchurch South, Mr. Speaker, sir. He came on occasion, but many times I could not find him. I will not be lectured by him on how to treat to ordinary people in this country, Mr. Speaker, sir. And then we have to now allow me to say, because he called the name Miss Mapp, into a political conversation. I know the lady, she was a decent lady, Mr. Speaker, sir. But to use that for political mileage is sick, Mr. Speaker, sir. It is sick. But let me continue, sir, because I want the public to understand that we were treated to an elitist presentation by an elitist, Mr. Speaker, sir. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition then went on to say that having the member for Christchurch East Central deliver the budget would lower the prestige of the occasion. Not because the Honourable Leader did not deliver a budget of substance, not because he was not articulate, not because he did not present something that was forward-thinking for this country, but because the Leader of the Opposition believes that if a Leader of the Opposition has to respond, he should only be responding to a Prime Minister. The entire presentation by the Leader of the Opposition was an elitist presentation, Mr. Speaker, sir. And let none of us be fooled. Walking through town now trying to tell people he cares about people, an elitist presentation, Mr. Speaker, sir. And he would try to reduce the Honourable Member, sir, for Christchurch East Central to being beneath the occasion because he wanted to respond to a Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker, sir. And I will show you by the end of my presentation, sir, that most of what the Leader of the Opposition says is about the Leader of the Opposition. Mr. Speaker, sir, I wanted to spend a little time, but I don't have the time. But there was a book by Sam Beckett, a play called Waiting for Godot. If you haven't read it, again, I commend it to the people of Barbados. Waiting for Godot, it's a play, sir. But that play, at the very end of it, sir, the play tells you it is a long conversation at the end of it, sir, of nothing, that leads to nothing. Like the speech given by the opposition leader, sir. It was like waiting for Godot, a point that never came, Mr. Speaker. And we had to subject ourselves to 10 hours, Mr. Speaker, sir. But if you did not believe, or if you do not believe what I am saying, understand the motives. The Honourable Member for St. Peter said when he spoke, when somebody tells you who they are, he was quoting someone else, but believe them. We were then told that he was in a bank or a supermarket, and a lady who was well-dressed went to another man, and that man had $120 on his bank account, telling the opposition leader, I only have $120 on my bank account. But there is a lady here who has nothing to eat. That man who had $120 took $50 off of his bank account to give the lady who had nothing to eat. And he praises the man, as he should. But what did he do, Mr. Speaker, sir? Absolutely nothing. A nothing man. Mr. Speaker, sir. What did he do? And if you read, Mr. Speaker, sir, Alex Haley's Malcolm X, sir, there's a whole scene where Malcolm X, the story is told to the Honourable Elijah Muhammad of a man who said, I had my last, and this man came to me, he had $10 left, and he gave me his full $10. And the Honourable Elijah Muhammad asked him, did you take it all? And he said, yes. He said, well, that man was a better friend to you than you were to that man. And that man was a better person to that lady than you were to that lady, to the people of Christchurch South, to the people in this Labour Party who supported you, and the people in town that you went in there to deceive today, Mr. Speaker, sir. The Honourable Member for Christchurch South. And the reality is, sir, I will not then be lectured in here about what I have to do as a minister for people who need things by the Leader of the Opposition who determined that he should praise a man who had $70 left to help a well-dressed lady when he gave nothing, Mr. Speaker, sir? Well, if that does not tell you the nature of the man, Mr. Speaker, sir, the Honourable Leader, nothing will, Mr. Speaker. And I will not be lectured by him, Mr. Speaker, sir, but it gets worse. And I haven't yet gotten to the budget, but I feel as if I have to explain what we heard today and what was said, what was unsaid. Mr. Speaker, sir. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition then in his next breath, because it was just getting worse and worse, it's like with every minute he was digging himself deeper and deeper. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition said about your children and my children and the children of this great nation. He said that the minds and souls, their minds and their souls are separated from good values. Listen to it. He is talking about the children in the Bayland and in Britons Hill, Mr. Speaker, sir. The children in St. Michael East, all over the Pine, Wildy, Mr. Speaker, sir. Their minds and their soul, he's God. Their souls, their minds and their souls are separated from good values. Listen to it, Mr. Speaker, sir. And then, you know, what bothers him is that if anybody says anything, he gets very annoyed, Mr. Speaker, sir. So I let him talk. But who is he talking about? He can't mean my 2 daughters, Mr. Speaker, sir. He can't mean your children, Mr. Speaker. And I believe, sir, that we have seen enough of people to know that even those in Barbados who are given trouble sometimes can be saved. I stand here, Mr. Speaker, sir, because as head teacher at the St. Michael School permit me to say, when the Griffith Watson believed in me when many people did not, sir. I don't get, sir, this language. Their minds and their souls are separated from good value. You know somebody's soul for your Christ, Mr. Speaker, sir? And we have to listen to that for 10 hours? For 10 hours, Mr. Speaker, sir? And, you know, Mr. Speaker, sir, permit me to digress, because the Honourable Leader, during the time that I was in the well, he kept referring to $500,000 that we gave to the Alliance to End Homelessness. Mr. Speaker, sir, we have in Barbados some homeless persons. I would not call it a crisis, because as a matter of fact, somebody remarked to me today that they're seeing less and less homeless people. But we determined that we needed to do something about homelessness when we became the government, Mr. Speaker, sir. We have, as a government, sir, done a number of things. We had a policy on homelessness, Mr. Speaker, sir, this government. We have done a homeless count. So for all the talk that the Democratic Labour Party is talking, they had no policy. We then did a count, sir, of the homeless and where they are so we could identify them and their traits, sir, and try to come up with some help. Sir, they had none. We created a resilience unit, sir, with one of its specific mandates to address homelessness in this country, Mr. Speaker, sir. They had none of that, Mr. Speaker, sir. And as a matter of fact, I was asking my PS, sir, because I asked the PS. I did not call my chairman of my branch. I didn't call my personal assistant. I called the permanent secretary in the Ministry of People Empowerment and Elder Affairs, because this was done properly, Mr. Speaker, sir. Send me the proposal that was sent to this ministry. Mr. Speaker, sir, let me tell you, because the Democratic Labour Party and the Honourable Leader of the Opposition would want Barbados to believe that they care about homelessness and they care about the homeless. And you can ask them how much money they allocated to any project, because I've just shown you that they've done no work, there's no policy, there's no legislation, there's no agency. Ask them how much money they committed to helping the homeless, Mr. Speaker, sir. 0, Mr. Speaker. In the 10 years that they were in office, proposal after proposal after proposal. And I would like to come here and tell you that these are the things that they did, sir. But if I were, I would have to sing Duke Check Edie song. These are the things that the Dems did. And I could probably do it for 10 hours, Mr. Speaker, sir. The point remains, sir, that the Democratic Labour Party, particularly this version of the Democratic Labour Party, worse than the last version, if you could believe it, continues to come in here, sir, and parade as if they have done something for the poor and for the needy, Mr. Speaker, sir. I did the numbers, and I will go through them before the end of this presentation, Mr. Speaker, sir, so you can see what we have committed to helping the poor and what the Democratic Labour Party committed to helping the poor, Mr. Speaker, sir. I keep hearing about crime, and I've recently been asked, sir, to lead the portfolio on crime prevention. I would want to begin first and foremost by thanking the member for the city for the work that he would have done, Mr. Speaker, sir, to help us try to address crime. And naturally, Mr. Speaker, sir, my good friend, the Attorney General, for the work that he did and continues to do to deal with the crime problem in Barbados, Mr. Speaker, sir. Tony Blair, the Honourable former Prime Minister of the UK, when he was canvassing, I think around 97, they had a mantra, tough on crime, tough on the causes of crime. Tough on crime, tough on the causes of crime. And we have to do both, Mr. Speaker, sir. I'm not going to get into this. I've now taken up this mandate and nobody ain't drawing me into nothing. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition can't tell me what to do. Nobody is drawing me into anything. But I want the country to know that I will take my time, I will learn my portfolio, I will look at what was done before I came, Mr. Speaker, sir. I will work with the Honourable Attorney General, and I will work with the police of Barbados, Mr. Speaker, sir, and with the people of this country. And that is all I will say. And I will speak on this, sir, when I feel equipped to be able to do so. And no Honourable Leader of the Opposition can tell me when I have to speak on crime, Mr. Speaker, sir. Suffice it to say that I will tell the people of Barbados that this Labour Party has done a lot to address both crime when it has already been committed and the causes of crime to prevent it from being committed, Mr. Speaker, sir. So, Mr. Speaker, sir, let us be clear. And I want to get to the budget very quickly, Mr. Speaker, sir. I listened to this budget, and of course, Mr. Speaker, sir, during the course of the last 2 years and the last year, this ministry has done a lot of work. I want to thank my public servants, sir, who would have done a lot of work to put this country in a position where we can say, not as a boast, but as a fact, that we have done the most for any government, sir, for persons with disabilities in this country, Mr. Speaker, sir. That is a fact, Mr. Speaker, sir. We have put in place, Mr. Speaker, sir, a policy, and quickly thereafter we came with legislation. People should know by now that there's very little space for me between the time I announce the policy and the legislation that follows. Mr. Speaker, sir. And I will not go through all the things that we would have done, sir, but you know, Mr. Speaker, sir, during the last discussion, sir, we extended the categories where persons could get support from the National Insurance, sir. During the course of this debate, we clarified it because there were many people, the Honourable Member for Christchurch East, I remember he called me one afternoon, there were 2 people in his office who had a child that did not fit into any of the categories that we had announced, the 4 categories. And the persons, like other people in this country, were concerned that they were left out from the support of a caring government, Mr. Speaker, sir. I had already spoken to the Prime Minister, sir, and had already spoken to the member for St. James North. And we knew that the Prime Minister's intention, we knew the policy of the government was always meant to address persons who were unable to function. And I was able to articulate that on the phone for the Honourable Member, sir, and the relief that came to them as conveyed to me from the Honourable Member for Christchurch East, sir, cannot be put in words, Mr. Speaker, sir. So we do not come here to pretend. These are real people with real lives, Mr. Speaker, sir, and real problems. I heard a few debates ago, the Honourable Leader of the Opposition said he did not come to comfort the disturbed. Listen to these debates. Barbadians need to listen to these debates. He stood there and said, I have not come to this place to comfort the disturbed. Well, this is what this Labour Party came to do. We came to comfort the disturbed, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, sir, this Labour Party, as I move off of disabilities, and there's so much more than I could say, in relation to the elderly, Mr. Speaker, sir, people have been talking over and over about the things affecting elderly persons in Barbados, Mr. Speaker, sir. We articulated a policy. We followed it up with legislation, Mr. Speaker, sir. The estimates last year, we were given some financing to start building facilities at Sterling. Well, we chose Sterling. During these estimates, we identified a facility in St. Thomas, Mr. Speaker, sir. And we are going to build out facilities all over this country for the elderly, Mr. Speaker, sir. We have a policy where we believe Asian in place is important, Mr. Speaker. On top of that, we assigned 420 persons during COVID, Mr. Speaker, sir, to stay with older persons so that they are not alone during COVID. And at the end of COVID, do you know how many we sent home, Mr. Speaker, sir? Not a single person was sent home by this administration, Mr. Speaker. Not a single person. And in many cases, Mr. Speaker, sir, now that we've done the review, sir, and I want to thank the Honourable Prime Minister again, because there's a certain leeway that I get, and I accept that. Mr. Speaker, sir, to be able to do things. And in our new social empowerment agency, we've asked for some additional staff to be able to better deliver goods and services to the people of this country, Mr. Speaker, on children. And I'm going through them quickly because I know I don't have a lot of time. But on children, so I've given you the elderly, and I've given you disability. Sir, on children, Mr. Speaker, sir. In this budget exercise, Mr. Speaker, we have outlined, first and foremost, I always smile when I get to these things, Mr. Speaker, because again, as a former manager of the Child Care Board, you know that we were struggling for a long time to get people to foster parents, to do foster care. We've been talking about it. I remember the former head, permit me to say, Ms. Crawford, sir, when she was director, asking time and time again for a raise in the fees, Mr. Speaker, sir. We have not raised the fees to allow parents who foster children to be able to afford certain things. I saw a man at night, he said to me, he said, Mr. Humphrey, I love the child that I foster. I would not give up this child for the world. My child. He referred to the child. This is my child. But the truth is, the $400 that I am getting a month is not enough. And I have to pull my pocket, and I don't mind pulling my pocket, but it is hard, Mr. Humphrey. In these estimates, we doubled the monies that are payable to foster parents, Mr. Speaker, sir. So that persons who step forward like that great gentleman can realize that this government cares about them, sir, and that the children who are in care, sir, know that we care about them. Also on the Child Care Board, Mr. Speaker, sir, which will be part of the Social Empowerment Agency. You will recall, Mr. Speaker, sir, that in the Child Protection Bill, now Act, we asked for a secure treatment facility for children. And that secure treatment facility was meant to be a place between what was formerly the punitive center at Dodds and the child care, because there's some children in care, as you know, as a social worker, there's some children in care that need extra attention. And the courts have been sending many children to the Child Care Board who need extra attention. But there's no facility. And this is not a new phenomenon, Mr. Speaker. This has been happening for a while. And that this year, we have secured a facility, Mr. Speaker, sir, that would allow us to treat to those children in a way that is dignified and humane, Mr. Speaker, sir. So while others are talking it, we are doing it on behalf of the people of this country, Mr. Speaker, sir. On persons who visit the welfare department, the current welfare list is about 5,600 persons, Mr. Speaker, sir. When we came into office, one of the first things that we did very quietly was to raise the welfare grants by 40%, Mr. Speaker, sir. We raised the monies paid by welfare by 40%. We then extended and expanded the number of NGOs that deal with the ministry, sir, in terms of the support that we gave them by an additional 40%. During the course of these estimates, you will see, sir, that we asked for support to widen that so that we could support those agencies that are helping the poor, Mr. Speaker, sir. I've expressed in here during the last year's estimates and during this year's estimates, Mr. Speaker, sir, that I believe that we have to be able to offer support to those who offer goods and services to the poor. So the Alliance to End Homelessness, back on that. Mr. Speaker, sir, I explained, and this idea that it is a secret is only meant to be theater. When we agreed as a cabinet to do it, you know what the first thing we did? We had a press conference. We held a press conference and we announced that we are going to be giving the Alliance to End Homelessness $500,000 as part of a partnership with the government to be able to deliver to the homeless persons in town, because many said during the course of the day, there was no place to go. So we held a press conference and we announced it. During the estimates last year, I said that we were going to do it for a year. And at the end of the year, we were going to do an audit of the finances as well as the operations and how impactful it was. A financial year runs from April 1st to March 31st. April 1st, 2024 was the beginning of the financial year. The financial year ends on March 31st, 2025. The financial year has not yet ended. So when the opposition leader gets there and says, oh, you say you're going to do an audit, and you do the audit, he needs to realize, and I'm pretty sure that this is genuine, and I mean this decently, sir, this is genuine ignorance, that a financial year runs from April 1st to March 31st. Therefore, the financial year has not yet ended, Mr. Speaker, sir. So why would I audit when the year hasn't ended, when we said we will audit at the end of the year? It is a common sense thing, Mr. Speaker. And we have put in these estimates $200,000 to do the audit, as we said we would do, Mr. Speaker, sir. So there is no deceit, Mr. Speaker, sir. We did not attempt to trick anybody, but I do know, again, that I will not be lectured by any government that did absolutely nothing for the homeless, Mr. Speaker, sir. And as I wrap up, Mr. Speaker, sir, very quickly on the monies that we were given to welfare, Mr. Speaker, sir. Because there is a view, every time I come in here, I have to hear the opposition leader shout over to me, he would give welfare more money. I would give the welfare department more money. I would give the welfare department, would you like more money? Well, every minister would like more money, of course. But what is it that we have been doing, Mr. Speaker, sir? So I went through the numbers, Mr. Speaker, and I will give you some, I won't give you all. In terms of national assistance, between the year ending 2018, Mr. Speaker, so this is what we came and found. $10 million was given on national assistance by the Welfare Department. By the end of 2022, and it is more now, we gave $22 million, Mr. Speaker, sir, an increase of 114%, Mr. Speaker, sir. In relation to private rents, because again, we have determined that people should not live on the streets. People are talking it, and we are doing it, Mr. Speaker, sir. In relation to private rents, between 2017 to 2018, the Welfare Department paid $604,000 in private rents. We have paid out $1,768,000, a 192% increase, Mr. Speaker, sir, because we determined that people shouldn't have to be on the streets. Mr. Speaker, I will not give you all, but I will do the last one, Mr. Speaker, sir. We ended, Mr. Speaker, sir, in relation to checks for food. When we came in, it was approximately $2,130,000, Mr. Speaker, sir. Now we are doing $9 million, a 350% increase. So when you keep telling me about you would do more for the poor, do more for who? When you compare what we have done as a government for people who are before the Welfare Department to what the Democratic Labour Party did when it was in office, it is chalk and cheese, Mr. Speaker, sir. So on every single measure, when it comes to social policy and social programming, this Labour Party has performed a heck of a lot better than the Democratic Labour Party, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, sir, I will close this way. I want to thank all of the members. Mr. Speaker, sir, I really want to tell the Honourable Member for Christchurch East how impressed I am with his presentation. Christchurch East Central. The Honourable Member for Christchurch East would like it to have been him. But I want to tell the Honourable Member for Christchurch East Central how impressed I was with that presentation. In fact, all of Barbados was, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, sir, this is a party, I listened to it, a lot of good things for the people of Barbados. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition has discarded the whole thing. It is the worst budget. It was a nothing budget, all kinds of things, Mr. Speaker, sir. But you know, the most excited, watch the video. The most excited he was in here is when he said, I am not by myself. I have a party now. I have a party now. That's the only thing that excited him, you know. I have a party now. I have a party now. Listen, when the opposition leader came over and crossed the floor, he said, I am crossing the floor and I'm going to join. I am going to join. I am crossing. I am going to join. I want to be taken seriously. And if I am to be taken seriously, I have to join another party. I. You know, Rasta, but everything is I. I can join a party. We, Mr. Speaker, sir, we talk plural. We came to help the people of this country. We have helped the people of this country. We will continue to help the people of this country. We have delivered a budget, sir, that will uplift the country, help the country to grow, make it easy to do business, sir, and allow poor people to live in decency and in dignity, Mr. Speaker, sir. And I support wholeheartedly the budget that was presented, sir. And with those few words, sir, I thank you.
Honourable Member for St. James North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I first wish to again thank the constituents of St. James North for giving me the opportunity to be their parliamentary representative over the last 12 years. And by extension, through the Barbados Labour Party, to have had this opportunity to contribute to national development. I wish to commend the Honourable Member for Christchurch East Central for his maiden budgetary proposals and financial statements presentation in this Parliament, and to join with colleagues in praising him for the job that he did and for thanking him for being what has been agreed on both sides as being the workhorse in terms of the financials and economics of this government. The Honourable Member for Christchurch South, and as I've said before, I've never said it in this Parliament, I believe I know him certainly longer than anyone else in this Parliament. 50 years plus. We went to secondary school together, contemporaries directly in law faculty, law school, law profession. And really and truly, he did himself a disservice through his torturous speech of over 10 hours. If he had done the public a disservice, I mean, you expect that, but he did himself a disservice as well. Quite honestly, I didn't know until the Honourable Prime Minister said it that each and every second of it was televised. I thought that it was cut after the 3.5 hours equivalent to the Honourable Presenter. So, you know, this is a man who is in absolute and total mental and psychological conflict with himself. And Barbados has to understand that, because he's always been like that. What the Prime Minister, Honourable Prime Minister, described near the end of her speech of 2 or 3 instances where he agreed with her on certain issues and then relented. I mean, that is how he has been. And your character doesn't change at age 67. Your characteristics basically are formed in the first 7 years of your life, and they don't change. But it's always been like that. His morning word and evening word have never collided with each other successfully. But I'm not just saying these words in a vacuum. Anybody who could have, for the 4th time, switched parties. I mean, he was a member of the Barbados Labour Party for 25 years in all. 3 years in the late 1980s until he was so cowardly that he could not really, even though he intended to contest the St. Michael North East nomination of the Barbados Labour Party, when he reached the gates and saw the support there for the person who is now Prime Minister of Barbados, he turned back at the gates. But that's true. And then those 3 years added to the 22 years before February last year, when he was a member of the Barbados Labour Party. And he was as firm as any of us in here in condemning the Democratic Labour Party. Why would never forget the platform we mounted in Top Rock. December 2016 it was, when stories was flowing all about in Christchurch South. And it's there live still on video. His condemnation of the then Prime Minister was harsher that night than anybody else's. He was as firm as any of us in that the Democratic Labour Party was in the midst of a lost decade, the worst thing to have confronted Barbados since the abolition of colonialism. But now, what is he? And he was full of praise of the Barbados Labour Party and the person of whom, at least publicly, whom is now Prime Minister, and accepted the slogan that we had, "Give me the vote and watchman," was party to all that we were doing in terms of winning the election in 2018 and going forward. This is a man who, when he last left the Democratic Labour Party after the 1999 election, the Dems didn't know he had left. But that is in keeping with his personality. And going in St. John, as the Honourable Prime Minister referenced, that he might be looking around there, he can't run in St. John, but this is a man who used to cuss the Honourable David Thompson in life and death more than anybody else in the Barbados Labour Party. So how he going to go and run in St. John now? So this is a man in absolute and total mental and psychological conflict with himself. When he wakes up in the morning, he does not know what we're turning up. Because you can't be switching political parties like that. And the Democratic Labour Party, my bet is after the next election, he gone from them again too. But I think keeping with the man's character. So really and truly, 10 hours plus to say what? To say what? Criticize everybody in here. But like I said, don't be worried, colleagues, because there's a man who cussed David Thompson, Right Excellent Errol Barrow, both in life and death. As I said, I know him for over half a century. So you take my word for it. But don't let me be sidetracked anymore by nonsense and someone who has no utility to the future of the politics of Barbados. You know, Roscoe Pound, Harvard University professor, spoke about laws made by Parliament as being social engineering, that the value and role of a parliament is to change legislatively the social dynamics of the people that they represent and of the poor people, those most vulnerable in society. And that is what this budget has sought to do. The issue of and the budget, of course, comes within the context of 3 3/4 years of successive economic growth. 3 3/4 years since mid-2021, since COVID, of successive economic growth in this country, with the economy growing by 4% last year. You compare this to the Democratic Labour Party, their last 13 years of office between 1991 and 1994, and then the last decade, 2008, 2018, they only had 1 year of growth in those 13 years. And if I recall, it was a 1% growth, bare minimum, no growth at all, growth that you couldn't see whatsoever. And this budget is made within the context, therefore, of economic growth of our country. And of course, the first thing, of course, people with disabilities. And when the Honourable Prime Minister stood almost exactly a year ago in this Parliament and gave for the first time benefits, extended them to persons with disabilities. And the first time since 1967, when only the blind, the deaf who couldn't speak got benefits. And arising out of the committee which I had the honor to chair, we made certain suggestions. They were put into effect. And the Honourable Leader of the Opposition comes here yesterday and today, 10.5 hours, and couldn't find 1 minute to speak in praise of the further transformations in the lives of persons with disabilities that this government is pursuing. And I say that because last year he began his reply by saying how he had received correspondence or a call from a parent of a person with autism as to why autism was not included now in the category to get benefits. And the Honourable Prime Minister was able immediately on a point of order to get up and tell him and the Parliament and the people of Barbados that I had already spoken to her, saying that that's an omission that we need to correct and that she was going to put it in, which she did. But these benefits came in on the 1st of October last year. And by the second week, mid-October, we realized, and I say who, the Most Honourable Kerry-Ann Eiffel, in fact, called me and said, but you know, Eddie Boiler, we omitted, or Parliament omitted now minors. And, you know, because before, as I said, blind, deaf, without speech used to get, and the Prime Minister now was giving everyone non-contributory pension to minors, the equivalent. And I said, you know, but we obviously, that slipped us because we thought naturally now by giving the minors of persons with autism, cerebral palsy, multiple, and cirrhosis and Down syndrome, that it would come in. So it was an omission. And when we pointed that out to the Honourable Member of Parliament for Christchurch, he said, Eddie, don't worry, we will cure it. And that has been done. And that's commendable. And not only done, but retroactive to the 1st of October 2024. But the Honourable Leader of the Opposition couldn't mention that in praise of the government. But then after all, Honourable Member for St. Michael, South Central, you will recall, St. Michael South, sorry, you would recall that when that member rose to speak in the debate on the national policy on disabilities, he said he knew very little about people with disabilities. It didn't cross his mind really and truly. He never really thought about them in any way of national development and policy. So it doesn't surprise me. The policy proposal that from the 1st of June this year that there will be a special needs grant extended to cover disabilities satisfying the amended regulations, and the amended regulations no doubt will be done in consultation with the stakeholders in the disabilities cause, the Council of the Disabled, etc., no doubt. And that is because, as the Honourable Member for Christchurch for St. Michael South in his speech just now referred, for instance, to the constituent of the Honourable Member for Christchurch East, whose children, 2 children, hadn't fitted into any of the main categories. So therefore, the need now to extend this, the category of disability to get benefits. And that is the proposal to come into effect 1st of June 2025. That's what a parliament is there for, social engineering, for the benefit of those who are among the most vulnerable in our country. The issue of foster parents, and this is a system and policy area that we have to push foster parents. It is something that is more done in the Northern Hemisphere than in Barbados, and therefore the proposal to increase the allowance of foster parents by what, 100% almost, to $200 now per week per child, effective April 2025, I think it is a tremendous initiative in terms of now being able to treat some of our children who may not have parents that are able or even willing to look after them properly. The ex gratia payment of $32, in fact a subsidy on the water bill of those in the northern part of Barbados, St. Lucie and St. Peter, who regrettably are still experiencing some discolored water, not through the fault of this administration. As the Honourable Member for St. Lucie said, this has been happening for a very long time, 2 decades. And this party, this government, has the resolution to solve it, to solve the issue. It can't be done overnight. Rome was not built overnight, but it will be done, and it's being done. But in the interim, those affected, their water bill will be subsidized by $32 a month. Fantastic concession. And I congratulate the Honourable Member for St. Peter and St. Lucie for their interventions with the Cabinet and with the administration in this new initiative. I have absolutely no problem in the 20% tax on these salty foods and salty, high-content, unhealthy foods. That is the truth. Because if 30% of children in Barbados are said to be obese, that isn't me saying that, that is statistics that have been brought out. 30 or 31% of every child in Barbados obese. And so many millions of dollars being spent every year on to try to treat non-communicable diseases, of which people of the vast majority color in this country anyway are prone to have. It is the obligation of a government to intervene to try and correct this in some form or fashion. And therefore the 20% tax on these unhealthy foods. And as a corollary to that, you're taking off the excise tax and, the VAT and the import duty on some healthy fruit. And the truth, we need to eat more fruit. So the pears and the oranges and the mandarins and the grapefruits and plums, I'm in total support of the removal of the import duty and VAT on those items to try and bring down the cost of them. The issue of grant of $300 in solidarity allowance to qualified persons, effectively everyone, those working, paying NIS, those persons on welfare, those persons getting disability benefits, recipients of special needs grant, a fantastic policy again. Now, the Honourable Member of Christchurch South could laugh at that, because for him, $300 ain't the money if he's charging $140,000 a case. $300 is no money, but for $300, for a lot of people, $300 is a lot of money. 3 Sir Grantleys. Can't laugh at that. You're multiplying that by tens of thousands of people. This is the kind of intervention that other countries in CARICOM do. Guyana does it occasionally. They certainly give people with disabilities, I think it's $500 US a month, too. Occasionally, a country in CARICOM you would hear gives an extra month's salary to public servants at Christmas. So this is what's wrong with this, that it is criticized by the Democratic Labour Party. It is an example of social engineering. The increase in the national minimum wage of 2% on the first day of next year is again money in people's pockets. And even before now, the next negotiations for salary increases of public servants, which will be for the, third time since 2018 when we came into office. Decision taken to increase the national minimum wage by 2%. A national minimum wage that before 2020, you can't even remember when it was last set. Again, an example of social engineering for the benefit of those most vulnerable and needy. The issue of maternity and paternity leave is key. This was a promise made on page 27 of the Barbados Labour Party 2018 manifesto. And of course, that manifesto is a document to the House, that we would increase the maternity leave from the 12 weeks, and it's been increased to 14 weeks, and to give paternity leave. Well, fathers, men get children too, and only women. So the 3-week paternity leave, fantastic. And as the Honourable Prime Minister said, if it took a woman as head of government for that to come in, we thank and commend her and the cabinet, or the minister, the junior minister, Minister of State in Finance, for that initiative. And of course, the limitation in conditions, or the removal of conditions where the parties don't have to live together to get the benefits, is a recognition of the reality of Barbados. That is the truth. So I commend that as well as an initiative in social engineering. Outside of the main financial and budgetary proposals, the issue of educational transformation is key and is at the core of our future national development. The Honourable Prime Minister has seen it fit to create now a ministry by the nomenclature of educational transformation. And I support this initiative. You know, the Honourable Leader of the Opposition, and not for the first time, there's at least the second time he said it in this Parliament, is against the abolition of the common entrance. The Honourable Member for St. Michael South just described his 10-hour speech as an elitist speech, and I totally agree with that assessment. I am for the abolition of the common entrance examination. And I speak as an individual who attended one of the traditional elitist schools in Barbados. And from that perspective, I see the inequity, the inequality of the common entrance examination. It condemns too many people at age 11 as failures in the eyes of too many people in society. That's the perception, that is the truth. And most of those children who are age 11 are so stigmatized, come from working class families. That is the reality of the situation in Barbados. A few can get through. That is the truth. You could always point to examples who get through, but the majority do not. And it can't be a case that at age 11, a child is condemned or stigmatized as a failure, that his sibling may get into one of the traditional big name schools, the schools that they say with Latin mottos, but they don't, and therefore there's a differentiation in the treatment by the family or others against that child, with that child growing up with some kind of complex. As I said, that is not so in each and every case, but it's so in too many cases. And a caring government has to redress that inequity and treat our children fairly. And the progress of having a common entrance examination still is that age now 16, 17, too many of our children leaving school, secondary school, without any certification, without any skills, and are expected now to face the adult world in that state. It can't go on anymore. Educational transformation must come. And it's a key component of this country. And I wish the Honourable Senator in the other place who now has the ministerial mandate for that all the best in this. It has taken us a bit too long, I must say, for this to come about. I remember the Honourable Prime Minister on our first anniversary of election victory in May 2019 in Carlisle, Bay Car Park, speaking towards the abolition of this common entrance examination. I believe it is an idea that she had from the time she was Minister of Education, and I really look forward to this coming about. Educational transformation, change in curriculum, courses on anger management, conflict resolution, teamwork, that we teach some entrepreneurial studies from primary school. And I was happy to see one of the private sector and business leaders in Barbados saying that publicly on 2 weeks ago. When I said that, when I was an opposition member of parliament, that we should teach entrepreneurial studies in primary school, the then Minister of Education, a man with absolutely no vision, said that children should be playing, pitching marbles and playing rounders, and I want tell them that they should be taught business studies. But I is a man who was symptomatic of an administration without any vision for the national development of this country. We are transforming this country in terms of social empowerment. And the bill which was brought last Friday and passed in this parliament, the Social Empowerment Agency Bill, is key to this here. Because our system of how we treat to the most vulnerable in terms of welfare and benefits has to be reformed to it. It has to be less bureaucratic. It has to be made easier. And the bringing together of all the agencies under the ministry is key. And to be truthful, it can cut out some fraud too, because there are cases, as we all know, where some people, especially during COVID, were able to get benefits from 2 and 3 aspects of the ministry. The mitigation benefit and welfare and another one too. So this is also key to part of the transformation of the lives of Barbadians. Community parenting is a key aspect which we need to develop and cement going forward. And of course, the Ministry of Crime Prevention is now under the Ministry of People's Empowerment and Elder Affairs, and we have to go more into the communities, take community parents to our communities. We perhaps need to consider, not perhaps, we do need to consider, in fact, giving community parenting before some of our young people get children.
Your Honourable Member has 2 more minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I look to expand on this topic. I have been invited to give the address at the annual general meeting of Parados later this month, at the end of this month, where I would expand on this, on my ideas on this issue. National service. This government has brought into effect many, many initiatives to give our young people skills, whether it's the National Transformation Initiative, whether it's construction, gateway, whether it's all the courses, whether it's the youth corps. But we may very well have to see how we expand this to get more people involved in these programs to develop skills and vocational training and at the national level. And I'm sure that the administration will look and work on that. And we have to expand, as I heard the Honourable Member of St. James South say, I think last week, we have to look at expanding the capacity for our vocational training facilities. Mr. Speaker, I have full confidence that this administration will be able to put in place all of these noble budgetary proposals which were revealed in this Parliament 2 days ago. And the people of this country can have confidence that this is an administration which cares about them and which will do its best to make a better life for the people of this country. I thank you, sir.
Honourable Member St. Joseph.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that we suspend today's sitting until 9 a.m. tomorrow.
The question that this honourable chamber be suspended until the 13th of March 2025 at 9 a.m. in the form.
Mr. Speaker,
Just a small...
speaking on the suspension.
Speaking on the suspension, just another point of elucidation. I'm making the documents related to my travel a document of the House, and on reviewing them, there were 2 or 3 ones that were included that I never took. So therefore, the amount actually drops to just over 1.3 million. But the documents are there. The main one, of course, was when I was to be at the Commonwealth Heads of Government meeting, and I actually had COVID. But the records still show that, and we've made the adjustments, and the documents will now be a document of the House for all and sundry to see. They are not private. Thank you.
Speaker, I beg to move that we suspend today's sitting until 9 a.m. tomorrow.
The question that this honourable chamber be suspended until the 13th of March 2025 at 9 a.m. in the forenoon. All those honourable members in favour, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Me think the ayes have it. This honourable chamber stands suspended until the 13th of March 2025 at 9 a.m. in the forenoon.